Everyone. Okay, well, welcome, folks. Okay, so while you're putting in your indigenous territory, um, I also want to take this time. This is something I like to do at the beginning, and that is to share our gratitudes and acknowledgments for the folks that help put this series on. But also not just the folks that help put it on, but you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your lovely Saturday, summer afternoon, and early evening to come and be with us and to be in this space with us and share with us your learnings as our presenters and others, share theirs with you. I also want to thank Nason Sturdivant and Jillian Sturdivant. They provide the Zoom space for us and the technical support in the background that makes everything really happen here. And so a special thank you to them. And briefly, I'm going to introduce them more fully later after the devotion, but we also want to thank Shoreh and Todd Rustein for being here this evening. And I've got to ask Todd if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly too.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Rustein. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Todd. So we're delighted that they're here with us this evening. And this has been a presentation in the works for a while because it's such an important topic. And that's evidenced by your participation here this evening as well. Okay. So having said that, I think we will go ahead and move on to calling in our ancestors. And if we can have that slide, please, Jillian. And you'll note that in this slide, we have, they're all ancestors of spirit and faith for those of us that are Baha'is. These are people from the early 1900s up until, I don't know, 1960s, 70s, something like that. Various people who have been real trailblazers in, gosh, I'm just lost for words for them. The things they've done have just been so incredible, and the things they've done for humanity. So when we talk about calling in the ancestors, for those of you who may not have experienced that before or really not familiar with that, it's done in different ways in different spaces. Sometimes there's drumming that accompanies it in this space, but the purpose is the same in any culture. And it's to recognize those that came before you, be they ancestors of blood or ancestors of spirit. And in the Baha'i faith in particular, we place great emphasis on praying for our parents and asking God to forgive their sins as a means of trying to repay all that they did for us and sacrifice for us in this life so that they may progress spiritually in the next world. So this is an opportunity to do that. We have a prayer for the departed that we'll be showing in just a moment. And if you'd like to share the names of those that you're calling upon in the chat, that would absolutely be wonderful, but it's certainly not required. So we'll have a prayer for the departed, and then we'll have a brief selection from the Baha'i writings about the reality of man, and then I will introduce our presenters this evening, and we will go from there. So thank you very much. Jillian, if we can have the prayer for the departed.
Oh my God, oh thou forgiver of sins, bestower of gifts, dispeller of affliction. Verily, I beseech forgive the sins of such as have abandoned the physical garment and have ascended to the spiritual world. Oh my Lord, purify them from trespasses, despair their sorrow, and change their darkness into light. Cause them to enter the garden. Happiness, cleanse them with the most pure water, and grant them to behold thy splendors on the love to his mouth.
God's greatest gift to man is intellect or understanding. Intellect is, in truth, the most precious gift bestowed upon man by the divine bounty. Man alone, among created beings, has this wonderful power. God gave this power to man that it might be used for the advancement of civilization, for the good of humanity, to increase love and concord and peace. Use your knowledge always for the benefit of others. Strive that your high ideals may be realized in the kingdom of God on earth as they will be in heaven. It's from The Reality of Man by Abdul Baha. With that, let's get on and hear from our presenters this evening. The title, as you know, is Eliminating Harmful Patterns of Thought and Expression Rooted in Whiteness. And every word in that sentence could be looked at individually and broken down and discussed at length. I don't think we're going to go that far, but we're going to get to the heart of this title. And I'm just delighted that Todd Rustein and Shoreh have come together to give us this conversation this evening. So let me tell you a little bit about them and a little bit more about the topic. So they propose that in order to eliminate racial prejudice, after all, this is the Racial Justice, Racial Healing series, it will be necessary to explore the patterns of thought and expression that bolster racism's foundation. That exploration can in turn raise our capacities to challenge the ways we have been conditioned to perceive reality. In this discussion, we will examine together the basis of specific modes of thinking and expressing and present an alternative that upends the white conceptualization of the world, our places in it, and the consequences of it and the prototypes framework. So Shoreh Cope is currently residing in Panama. There she is working with the Junior Youth Spiritual Empowerment Program. She has a lifelong history in education, from developing the School of Nations math program for kindergartners and the teachers training, to her passion for positive discipline for parents, which was in fact her master's thesis. She has lived and worked as a teacher in different countries, and her family is spread around the world, from Madagascar to Japan to Norway. So she considers herself a world citizen. Her daughter and son-in-law are also teachers and currently live and work in Ohio after many years of working in China, India, England, and Bolivia. And Todd has lived in Baltimore, Maryland, quite the opposite from Shoreh, who's been around the world. He's been in Baltimore, Maryland for nearly 37 years, and almost all of it alongside his wonderful wife, Greta. And most of it also accompanied by their children, all four of whom succeeded in transitioning to adulthood and leaving the nest. Todd teaches 8th grade U.S. history at the Friends School of Baltimore, and his passion for education is rooted primarily in the Bahá'í Institute process. Anyone familiar with that system can witness firsthand his passion by inquiring about it. Todd is also a contributing artist at the Greenacre Baha'i Center for Learning in Elliott, Maine. So with that, let me turn it over first to Shoreh, who's going to get us started this evening. Shoreh.
Thank you very much. First, I really do want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, because it has been a learning. First part of the presentation is going to focus mainly on understanding what paradigms are and what patterns of thought, thinking are. So it's a very specific part of the presentation, just to get us started. Please take a look at these words. I'll read them for those who may not be maybe on their phone. Patterns of thought, paradigms, assumptions, beliefs, opinions, mindsets, mental models, and perspectives. Just as a way of simplification, let's assume that these words are interchangeable as we look at the concept of pattern of thought, patterns of thought. Dear friends, if you happen to know the answer to a question I'm going to ask about the next slide, please say nothing and give the rest of the people who might not know to have a guess. So the question, first I put to you the question. Can you, after you see the picture, can you think what qualities come to your mind of the person who painted this? How would you describe the painter? Nobody? How about just guessing the name? Just a guess.
Yeah, raise your hand if in the participant, if you'd like to respond to that. Anyone want to take a guess?
Mother's love.
There's
Okay.
lots. Yes. Anything else? Any other qualities?
Selfless.
Selfless,
Deeply spiritual.
deeply spiritual. I like that. Anything else?
Motherly.
Again.
Motherly.
Motherly. So
Serene, peaceful.
useful.
Protected.
White.
Let's guess who painted this.
Somebody white, and it's a very white. Those are white people and painted by a white person.
I would
Would
guess
you
it's
be
a Christian.
surprised?
Okay, one person at a time, please. Okay, I think we have enough guesses, maybe. So good participation in the audience. Everyone's jumping in on this. It's wonderful. I think you should tell them, Shoreh.
Would you be surprised if I said, because of this person, 6 million people died, that it is Hitler who painted this?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Ooh.
Why was it difficult to guess? We are focusing on thinking models. Why was it difficult to guess who the painter is?
It's contrary to the beliefs that we have about Hitler.
Mhm.
Well, I think too, I'm sorry, I kind of jumped in here,
Go ahead.
that you know, thinking about his approach to whiteness, it's not really surprising, but sitting here looking at it, not knowing he's the one that painted it, it's like, oh my God, you know, so it's that version of whiteness that really perverted his thinking, I guess. I mean, I don't know. That he thinks just white women and children are pure.
So I think that this next, we all are probably familiar with this next slide. And the question, why doesn't this powerful elephant try to free itself? It makes sense, right? That the thought in his mind, in her mind, was put in there long time ago. And even though it has the power to do it, but its thought is limiting it. So let's focus on not focus, but just reflect on two questions. Is trying something new or embracing a new idea challenging? And the next question, is it because of entrenched beliefs or mental maps we were given? So to understand these two questions even more deeply, let's have a scenario. Let's imagine we are planning a trip to Beijing. And we were given a map, but it is wrongly labeled Beijing. It actually is a map of Shanghai. Ah. So what is the result of having a map of Shanghai labeled Beijing for us? We are trying to get, but we have a map of Shanghai.
We would be lost.
You would be lost. What else?
Frustrated.
You never reach your destination.
You will not reach your destination.
And when you ask people about direction, you're asking about the wrong destination.
Well, it's a bit like the lies that are the foundation of white supremacy. And if you don't realize they're lies, you don't know that you're in Shanghai. So you kind of begin to think you're actually in Beijing. I mean, this kind of mental delusion of reality begins to be, you don't see reality. You only see what you think reality is.
And bring it down to even very, very superficial way of thinking about it, it's really ineffective. We are not going to get to the destination. I'm going to leave all the very in-depth exploration of these ideas to Todd. I'm going to just be on the surface. We are not going to be able to get to Beijing because we have the wrong map. And also it is ineffective because we don't know, as the lady just now mentioned, we don't know that it's the wrong map. What if we worked on our behavior and we tried harder, we put on the gas, we went faster, we changed transportation? Would we get there? No. What if we worked on our attitude? Oh, I need to be positive. I'm sure I'm going to get to Beijing. Let me see. How about if I go this way or that way? Will we get there?
No.
So even if we purify our motives, we change our attitude, we change our behavior, we will not get to the destination. But I'm going to ask one more time, why not? Even though it may seem obvious, but it's not so obvious. Why are we not going to be able to get to Beijing?
Because we're following a wrong instruction. We're following something that's not true.
We're in the wrong city. We're not even close to being in the right place. So we're in the wrong place, trying to get to somewhere that's not even close to where we're at. We're completely lost. We're floundering.
Also,
In
the
other
mental
words,
model, sorry, the mental model that we're working with in terms of the map does not match reality.
yes, yes. I wanted to get for us to think about is that it's not a matter of attitude or motive or behavior or sincerity. It's a matter of that map that we have in our minds. And I don't want us at this point to invite us to think about white supremacy right now. I want us to think about us, our thinking models, in a general sense. Later, we'll get into the whiteness. But right now, what maps do I have, me, Shoreh, that hinder me from going forward? We're focusing on that.
Cynthia, did you have a question or comment? You had your hand raised.
Yes, a comment from the past one and this one. From the last question, I was thinking the foundation was wrong. And for this question, it was that the basic learning is also erroneous or wrong. So the way the basic teaching is wrong.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you, because we are going to get to that in the next one. Exactly. So can we agree on the idea that beliefs are the source and mental maps of many aspects of our life, including attitudes, behaviors, values, feelings, expectations, goals in life, relationships, hopes, motivations, and many, many others. They are that important. Let's do a fun exercise, which will take only a minute. Let's say we could have made a list of what I want, but we've already done it because we don't want to take too much time. Do you agree that generally speaking, when we want to qualify women, we talk about caring and tenderness and hard work and beauty and that sort of things, many, many such things, yes? And usually we qualify men as strong, scientifically minded, leaders, etc. What if I changed the title Women for Men, Men for Women, and we said men are caring and tender, men are hardworking, men have beauty inside? Is that possible? Mm-hmm. Same thing with women. Have you ever seen a pregnant woman working in the field with a bunch of stuff on her back and a baby? Can any of you gentlemen say you are willing to do that? Yes, you are. Great. So you get what I'm getting at, right? That in reality, it is our mindset that limits us to think of men one way and to think of women another way. So where do our beliefs come from? I think the lady who spoke last took us there, one step closer to answering this question. Education, she said. Any other sources of our beliefs?
Our upbringing.
Life experiences,
Experiences in life.
early experiences.
Our collective
Environment.
past.
Angelita, you raised your hand?
Yes, upbringing, what we have inherited, and tradition.
And films.
Experiences.
Yes, yes. So what is a paradigm shift? Just contemplate that for a second. Would you agree that a paradigm shift is when we become conscious that our beliefs are hindering human advancement and social justice? And when we make a change in our basic assumptions, our thinking models. For this one, I would appreciate your contribution. In human history, how and when have paradigm shifts happened? One or two suggestions.
Usually, shortly after one of the manifestations of God has been revealed to humankind. Buddha, Zoroaster, Christ, Muhammad, Baha'u'llah.
Can we call that the supreme paradigm shift? Can you think of other ones below that? That's the umbrella paradigm shift.
After catastrophes.
Hoda, you have your hand up in
Yes,
this.
I believe
one of the biggest paradigm shifts happened because for 97% of recorded history, there was no idea or belief in the separateness of different races. It was in the 17th century that when the Europeans hit the open seas and came across different populations in Africa and South America, etc., they set up the system with the belief in the superiority of one man-made race over another. That was one of the biggest paradigm shifts. It was a propaganda in order to justify enslavement and marginalization and genocide of millions of dark-skinned populations of the world.
Thank you, Hoda. We have Cynthia and then Nikki. Cynthia?
The gentleman just said it. The pandemic was one, and usually after every major war, I think if we see a major shift, especially world wars.
Okay, thank you. Nikki? Nikia?
Oh no. Oh no, I had nothing to say. I was just celebrating what Hoda was saying.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So when we believed that the earth was flat or the earth was the center of the sun, and somebody came and said, wait a minute, that's not reality. That also was a shift for all of humanity, and it changed many things for us. It helped us move forward. It helped us shift our reality, our perspective, and do things we were not capable of doing or we didn't think we were capable of doing before. So what qualities, I'm getting to the end, what qualities and attitudes do you think are required to change paradigms when we become conscious that they are hindering our progress?
Knowing ourselves. By the way, I'm your sister from California.
Hi, sister. Knowledge, not self-knowledge, of course.
Mm-hmm. Sid, you had your hand up. And then Shukufe, and then David.
The first picture of the Earth from the moon was a paradigm shift. People finally saw a picture of the planet as a whole.
What qualities do we need when we realize?
The quality of courage.
Courage.
Humility, open-mindedness.
Yes, yes. Many qualities, actually. Search for solutions to newly recognized problems. Independent investigation of truth. Open-mindedness was mentioned, humility, and many, many qualities we need. And that's why it's so hard, because we need to develop these qualities.
Okay, we have two more hands up, David and Rennie, and then Rebecca.
Well, I was just going to say it takes courage because not everyone notices that shift. And many times when a sensitive person realizes how much things have changed, his neighbors are not sharing that understanding.
Thank you, David. Rebecca?
It has already been said. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, she drew lower.
Carolyn McCormick, you have your hand up, Carolyn, before we go to Todd. You're on mute, Carolyn. We can't hear you.
Pain makes us have a paradigm shift. Pain.
Yes, pain. Very important to remember that. So pain actually is not a bad thing. That's another mental model we have about pain. We think it's bad, whereas actually psychological pain, physical pain, spiritual pain, moral pain is a gift that makes us conscious something is wrong. What I remember my professor, psychology professor at Landig, he brought to our attention the idea of the people who what's this disease that you become disfigured, Todd?
Leprosy? Leper?
Yes,
Leprosy?
do you know why leprosy is such a sad disease? Because you do not feel pain. Because if you did, you would do something about it. That's why it's such a sad thing, because you cannot do anything about it because you don't know what to do. You don't suffer pain. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. It's very important to consider pain in a different light, from a different perspective, from a different paradigm.
Okay. Thank you, Shoreh. Todd?
Wonderful, wonderful. So we're going to keep this slide up for a moment, and then we're going to stop sharing. And then I assume I'll be able to see at least a page of faces. But I wanted to, this made me think of this point, and some others may be familiar here. Baha'u'llah said, the steed of love is pain. Which, boy, we could just cut everything out right here and meditate on that for quite some time. But I want to first also just acknowledge Shoreh. You know, we have not met in person, but I feel like I have a new sister. And isn't that how it should be? You know, this consciousness of our oneness. Anyway, thank you so much for getting us started. Here's what I want to do. I want to take a moment, just, you know, it's helpful for those of us who are very visual to actually look at the title. We can take this down in a moment, but eliminating harmful patterns of thought and expression rooted in whiteness. I want to reflect here for a moment, and I want to invite just a few thoughts about this. I've done this very same topic and with just a simple change, and calling it eliminating harmful patterns of thought and expression rooted in white supremacy. But here we're saying whiteness. And I would just like to suggest that these are identical titles. And I want to just, there's an implicit question there, which I guess can become explicit. How might we equate whiteness with white supremacy? In other words, you know, might we even suggest that white supremacy is like saying round circle? And before I stop talking for a moment here, I'm not suggesting we get rid of white supremacy. That's a very important, powerful term. But I'm suggesting these are the same, whiteness and white supremacy. Any thoughts about that? And we can take down the title, so you can stop sharing.
Yeah. And please, friends, raise your hands so I can call on you, and so we're a little orderly. I like hearing people just speak out. Okay, we've got, let's see who's first. Ronaldo, and then Ann Troy, and then Bradley on this question. And I'm sorry, Ronaldo, go ahead, you're first.
Comes to my mind is angry. When you come across something that's not white, there's a sense of displeasure, anger, dissatisfaction.
Interesting. Any other thoughts? A lot of hands.
Ann, you're next. You're on mute, Ann.
as a white person, I've never really had to think about the color of my skin. So that position of privilege is actually taken for granted. And even when I traveled in Latin America and Africa, where clearly I look different, I wasn't even conscious of it. Whereas the average 5-year-old Black child is certainly conscious of the fact that they are different.
Oh
So,
my God.
yeah, I mean, it's almost as though my position of privilege is taken for granted. So I don't feel superior, but I can see how you make the analogy of white supremacy being equal to being white, because we take it so much for granted, we don't even think about it.
Maybe a couple of other thoughts.
Yeah,
Again,
they're
this is-
coming. Yeah, they're coming. Bradley, you're next.
When we think or hear the term white supremacy, we are thinking of a thought process that is glorifying whiteness above all other people. And of course, in the Baha'i faith, we strive for the opposite of that. But it is still, those thoughts still creep up on us, and we always have to be vigilant. It's always a surprise. Hey, where did that thought come from? I thought I didn't have those kind of things. So it's good that you mentioned that and help keep us on our toes.
Yeah, thank you, Bradley. We have Elizabeth Ellis. There she is.
Thank you. What comes to mind for me is truthfulness is the foundation of all human virtues. And without truthfulness, progress and success in all the worlds of God is impossible for any soul. So accepting my whiteness, for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, is what I understand will help to, I mean, that's a challenge that I accept and I take on, and it's my truth is something that's reality. It's whether I like it or I don't like it. It's my job in the world today.
I'm going to ask that maybe we just take a couple more and then I have a follow-up question. And then I appreciate there's, boy, so much richness in these thoughts that are being shared. But
so we have Chuck Hendrickson. You're next, Chuck, and then David.
Yeah, my first thought when the words white supremacy were brought up were the far right, the Klan, and all the other organizations that we think of I think of when thinking of white supremacy. But the reality is we live in the United States in a culture of white supremacy, just because of the systemic racism that's so prevalent in this country. So, I'm just making the point that it's not the far right necessarily. It's the culture and society that we live in, at least in the United States.
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, after David, we'll take one more, which will be Vanessa. And then subsequent to that, we'll have Caroline, Susan Stengel, and La Jamaya on the next question, okay? So Vanessa, you'll be last for this question. Go ahead, David, and please, folks, let's stay on the topic.
People call me a white person, but I am so far from being white. It's silly. There are no white people. There are no black people. We're just all shades of brown. And, there's just a tremendous amount of ignorance that makes people from Europe think that they invented and created so much of what we call civilization. I just finished a wonderful book called Lies My Teacher Told Me. And but this is a subject I've been studying for many, many years, that Europe was really the kind of the tail end of what we call the gathering of all these different ways of understanding the world. And but unfortunately, they had the resources. The rest of the civilized world had depleted their resources just at the time when Europe became so dominant. And it's a big mistake.
Thank you, David. Vanessa?
Thank you. My idea is similar to something that was already said about white supremacy is what we think of when we think of like the Klan or people who are purposely and consciously teaching the superiority of the white race. And then when I think of whiteness, I think of the privilege that comes from having white skin, right? And people unconsciously acting out of being white, but not consciously knowing that their privilege and their responses and their attitudes, their ways of thinking, their language, their conversation, it's not conscious. So I think about that when I think of whiteness as versus on white supremacy.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, so some key things were mentioned that I really want to highlight. And that is that white is an invention, right? And my goodness, I think maybe one of the modes of thinking that is particularly destructive and pernicious is walking this earth thinking that white is a fact of existence. It's an invention. And I would submit that the moment white was invented, the notion of superiority was birthed simultaneously. So this is why I find it very helpful to think of white supremacy as like round circle, right? If I ask you to draw a round circle, you'll see, what? Circle is inherently round, right? Now, there's power in emphasizing. So as white supremacy has so much power. We were reflecting in preparing for this presentation that there's a place in Baha'u'llah's writings. Baha'u'llah is the founder of the Baha'i faith, the manifestation of God, who brought the revelation that we know as the Baha'i faith, where he uses the phrase dead corpse. And I've often thought, wait, a corpse is dead, but it's so powerful, right? So white supremacy is a term that is so useful. I think it's worth exploring that white by itself is inherently wrapped up in notions of superiority, notions of supremacy. It is an invention. It exists in a warped, well, it's a product of a warped sense of reality. And, you know, I think we will do so well to explore this and meditate on this and bring ourselves to account in that context. Those of us who have been called, you know, so-called white people, we have a special duty, I think, to double down on bringing ourselves to account on this. But I think, as we'll get into, none of us are immune from the conditioning of thinking that's associated with this. And so we want to explore a handful of specific patterns of thinking that we would suggest are really at the crux of this. Here's the first of 4 patterns of thinking that I'd like to name. And I'd like you to just give me a sense of what comes to mind. What might be an example of it, or how you might define it. And that is mechanistic thinking. So the implicit question is, What does that mean? What does it mean to be mechanistic? Any thoughts about that?
And
Mechanistic.
Mechanistic, like a mechanical.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. So MECHANICIST, mechanistic.
That sounds like linear to me, like linear thinking. Is that this along the lines of what you're thinking?
Ooh, you're very intuitive. We're going to get to that one in a minute, but they're so connected. Well, what is it? What do you think of mechanism, mechanics, machinery? What comes to mind? Anyway.
Systemic racism. It comes to mind the last 400 years of society in the world, but especially in America, where whiteness has been so ingrained in our society in so many things, and the supremacy of whiteness, that it has become our mental model, and we cannot see it. We don't see it.
Thank you. We want to get to the term, though, mechanistic.
Yeah.
So I'm going to clear the board, friends, on the hands that are up. And if you'd like to address this question.
What are we talking about? Yeah. What's your thought about mechanistic thinking?
Okay, Rebecca, mechanistic thinking, that's the topic. We're going to stay on the topic, folks.
Got it. Mechanistic thinking is turning the crank. The gears turn, there's no movement, it goes through, the answer drops out at the bottom. Not creativity, no creative. Turn the crank, drop the answer.
I love that. I love that. What a great way to explain it. Any other thoughts?
Yes, Susan, and then Jeff Ewing, and then Sarah Dawson.
Yes, also that it is man-made. It's been created. It's not, you're not born with it. This is a creation of man.
Thank you,
wonderful.
Susan. Jeff? You're still
muted. I said automatic, thoughtless.
Ooh. Yeah, so we could use terms like very regimented. One of the things that comes to mind for me too is kind of siloed thinking, right? And that things in life have rigid boundaries, right? We tend to think of reality as composed of elements that are thoroughly separable. Isn't that how we come up with terms like white and black? You know, I have a very dear friend, she might be in the audience, but we have done workshops on healing racism in the past. She's of African descent, rather fair-skinned, and in the summertime, sometimes my skin is darker than hers. And we've had some interesting discussions when we hold our arms up to each other, and it invites some real thinking beyond these silos. But boy, are we pulled back. We're pulled back to those so powerfully. And, you know, we need to be kind of bilingual around these terms. A new set of terms that we're moving into. We have this language that we have to be very familiar with as well, that frames the discourse these days. But we know that reality is much more complex. I would even suggest that the whole notion of isolation is a complete myth. Everything is completely interconnected. So much that I would say that, but for you, I am not. You know, on both a physical level and a spiritual level, more profoundly even on a spiritual level. So, you know, maybe just take a moment. Can anyone think of scenarios or brief anecdotes of moments where you may have witnessed very mechanistic thinking or caught yourself expressing yourself in a manner that's very mechanistic and not really, it's not rooted in oneness? I see one hand.
Becky LeBlanc, go ahead, please. Take yourself off mute.
I believe that mechanistic thought is when we do something mechanically, we do it automatically without thinking. And also when we get stuck in saying, well, that's the way we've always done it. As an educator of special needs students, I have a very different way of teaching. And I hear a lot of parents say, well, that's not the way they do it at school, or that's not the way something is done. It doesn't mean that it's not a better way. They're stuck in, rooted down in doing something the same way, but we're getting bad results. We've got to be willing to change what we're doing if we want different results. So the mechanicness of it, of the thought, is that we're unwilling to take a different route. When we turn the switch, we always get the same thing.
And boy, that's such a precious thought. Isn't it a terrible reason to do something because that's the way we've always done it?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's what a classic example of very mechanistic thinking. And again, who's the we there?
Sharon? Can we see your face, Sharon?
In other words, when we say that's the way we've always done it, right? Who is that we tend to be?
Well, I was going to say that mechanism, any stereotype is mechanical. As soon as we say blacks are, whites are, women's are, that is already kind of mechanical thinking. And we is everybody.
Well, that's wonderful. I was getting into, oftentimes, you know, when we dive into this, we can concede that the we who's making the decisions are those who've been in a position to benefit from the system, right? People who have not been benefiting from the system are often coming up with the most creative questions about why are we doing it this way? And to impose the notion, well, that's the way we've always done it, is very white. And we say that can be this seemingly harmless statement. It's very harmful, right?
We have one more. Jean, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good. I'm thinking the mechanistic thinking as for people who are pretty lazy and they want everything all laid out from them, for them. They don't think about it, they don't analyze, and they don't investigate. And I think of mechanistic thinking as the opposite of critical thinking. And there's so many mechanistic systems that are set up for them, such as the things we hear on the news, read in the newspapers, and say, okay, I heard that, that's the truth. So the mechanism is set up for those people who don't want to do any critical thinking.
Yes. Oh, that's beautiful. Really, what a really doubling down. Wonderful, wonderful. So
one last response.
Sure.
Sarah Dawson.
Okay. There's can't pronounce it even, mechanistic and holistic. And mechanistic refers to a type of thinking based on the Newtonian view of nature and nature's organization. It's also referred to as part whole thinking or analytical thinking. It's based on the natural or efficient causality of natural systems. So with mechanistic systems, you have what? Holistic systems, you have why. That's the difference, is that you're trying to get to the truth, to the heart of a matter. Both of them are perfect in their own way, and both of them are necessary in their own way. There's not one that's worse than the other or better than the other. If you use both of them and you use them judiciously, then you get the best of both worlds.
Boy, you have just offered the perfect segue without even knowing it. Because you're right, it's so important. I think what's useful for us to do is to maybe think of these as like persistently mechanistic. And I would suggest that our society is persistently mechanistic, right? We have overvalued mechanistic thinking. And this is, I would suggest, very much rooted in whiteness. It's rooted in the invention of whiteness. Now, here's the thing, because I want to introduce a next pattern of thinking, and that's dichotomous thinking, right? Can you see why, is it Sarah? Why Sarah's statement is a nice segue. Dichotomous thinking. Well, let me just ask, what is that? What is it what does it mean to get caught up in thinking? Well, it suggests this thinking in dichotomies that aren't really there. We make them up. We're inclined to dichotomize everything. Any thoughts about that? Examples?
I wanted to just add to what you were saying. Another is we are so focused right now on whiteness and American whiteness, I guess. And yet I live in a totally different culture. And believe me, there is mechanistic and dichotomous thinking in this culture too. And it has nothing to do with whiteness. So it is okay that we are focusing on one segment of the whole world. But I wonder if it helps us to think in the wider gamuts of populations of the world that suffer from prejudice, from these mechanistic thinkings, these patterns of thinking that just repeat itself without creativity. And it affects the other more than half of the peoples of the world. Just to open up a little bit.
Yeah, wonderful. That's a wonderful way of expanding our discussion. Any thoughts about this term dichotomous thinking? Any examples?
Are you calling on me?
Yeah.
I wanted to respond to Shoreh. I kind of disagree because everywhere in this world practically has been colonized, and the thinking has also been colonized. So I've lived also in other countries. When I lived in Belize, we used to say that the people there, the natives, out-Britished the British. So in many places, the thinking, and that's the sad thing, all over this world has been influenced by the colonized mentality, which pretty much invented the white race. So I don't think it's inbred in people. I think it's, again, part of the mechanized, what did you just call it, Todd, the thinking?
The second one, dichotomous?
Dichotomous, yes. The dichotomous thinking, that there's black and white, and there's good and bad, and there's
right and wrong. And it's always what is done by the colonists, by the oppressors.
Yeah, wonderful. What a wonderful comment. I was thinking similarly, we have to appreciate the power of cultural diffusion. And and white folk in the modern world have been very effective, as you say, in what was the language you said? Colonized thinking. Wow. Yeah.
Well, there's a wonderful program that you might all want to watch that's called Exterminate the Brutes, All the Brutes. I think you can see it on Netflix. It's a 4-part series. And it's a wonderful thing to watch about that colonization process.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of the first couple episodes. Yeah. I wondered if there may be just a couple other thoughts about illuminating this concept of dichotomous thinking or examples. See, John is there.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, when I hear the term dichotomous thinking, I think of binary, this or that, either or. And in discussions that I've had where that's the mode of thinking, it limits a lot of possibilities for solutions. So I, often, I mean, in certain situations, it's true to have either or, but more often than not, when trying to come up with solutions to issues and problems that we're coming together to discuss and find agreement on, I find that is a very limiting way of thinking, because it doesn't invite dimensions of reality that need to be explored. So, and creative approaches that are inclusive of everyone who's participating in the conversation. So, just a reflection.
Wonderful. Any other thoughts?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Going back to refer to something you said earlier, you said white invention led to white supremacy or something like that earlier, you said. Remember what that was?
When we were discussing the title?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I was suggesting that white is an invention. And so the moment white was invented, notions of superiority were invented along with it.
Okay, so then I wanted to go forward again.
Yeah.
So when we talk about what was the first kind of thinking that you said? I can't read my own writing.
Mechanistic thinking?
Yeah, mechanistic thinking. I think that mechanistic thinking is, how to say it, there are those who intentionally create the mechanistic thinkers, right? These people who invented white supremacy, that was an intentionality, right? Yeah. Their intentionality is to get as many sheep to follow them as possible, the mechanistic thinkers, right?
Right.
So it's not like an accident that people are mechanistic thinkers. They've been trained to be mechanistic thinkers, right?
Yes, yes.
But that whole thing is, everything that happens with this white supremacy is all intentional, and it's all how to say it, it's the leaders of the white supremacist movement are the thinkers, and they're always following the trends to make sure that this white supremacy stays in place and that the sheep stay in place, right? Mm-hmm. I would say, for an example, most modern day one is Donald Trump. He's got a lot of sheep, a lot of mechanistic thinkers they're not thinkers, they're just mechanistic following off the cliff, right? And I think there's always those thinkers that organize these mechanistic thinkers. So okay. I just want to, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that the power of the system we live in, of course, is that, as you say, it's in conditioning, right? And let me give you an example. So this gets a little bit deeper into, well, I think it illustrates conditioning. And it allows us to see how complex and pernicious this is. And that we might also, I think, equally be able to say that, you know, at the same time that we can identify powerful leaders reinforcing certain kinds of thinking, we also, from the grassroots up, bolster systems that allow for leaders to reflect the way we've been conditioned. Let me give you an example of something that I find is quite powerful to me. So I heard this story from a woman who, quite a few years ago, she described walking down a sidewalk on a street in her town with her 4-year-old daughter. White woman, society would call her white. Daughter is white. They're walking down the sidewalk, holding hands. And 3 African-American young men are walking towards her, right? They're on the same sidewalk, they're way ahead, but they're going to pass each other, okay? And they don't know each other. It's a, you know, it's a sidewalk downtown. They're gonna pass each other. As they pass each other, there's no exchange. There's one thing that happens during that passing.
Todd, we missed what you just said. They pass each other.
Okay. They see each other. They're going to pass each other. These 3 young men are talking, you know, chumming away. As they approach each other and pass, one very simple, subtle thing happens, which I would suggest is actually very powerful, and yet subtle. Does anyone have an idea? Now, if you've heard me tell the story before, then don't raise your hand. Who has a thought?
Something happened.
Who was the other person? It was a woman?
A white woman with her 4-year-old daughter. She's passing. Sorry?
She does either one or both. Either she grabs the daughter's hand or she clutches her purse.
So she was already holding her daughter's hand.
Joya, are you responding to that?
She like the lady said who jumped in, she fear, she's afraid, and she goes into a reaction with her daughter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Todd,
So it's very subtle. I'm gonna, for the sake of time, I'm gonna tell you.
Yep.
And some of you have your hands up, might be thinking this. The only thing that happened is that she tightened her grip on her daughter's hand.
Yeah. That's what she said, yeah.
Yeah. Nothing else. She didn't hold her daughter tighter. As soon as these men passed, her grip went back to a loose grip. Now, I would suggest that something is being communicated to this daughter.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that this kind of thing, this is some of the fabric, right? Stitching in the fabric of white supremacy is being done in that moment. Now, I know this story because the person caught herself and she was conscience stricken, right? It would have been worse if she noticed nothing. And so she became conscience stricken and motivated. How do I change that, right? And I didn't, this is that subconscious sense of superiority that's being transmitted to her precious daughter. And we'll get into some of this later, where we get into these strategies of inviting that 4-year-old to see nothing but love in those 3 men as they pass by. But let's move along. I want to get into another mode of thinking or pattern of thinking.
Yeah.
And so the next one is linear or persistently linear thinking. I don't want to say just linear thinking, but persistently. In other words, always thinking that there has to be a linear step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and we're persisting in thinking in that mode. Let me just take one or two thoughts about that. Anything comes to mind?
What's the question?
So any thoughts, any reflections about persistently linear thinking and why that can be problematic, why that can be something that makes us wallow in a warped sense of reality.
Okay, Jessica. Jessica, there you go.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I just was trying to obey the request to.
We lost your face again.
Put my video on, and apparently I can't use my computer. So anyway, I think one of the big problems that I see with persistently linear thinking is that it bulldozes everything in its path. It's like a runaway train.
Yeah.
And nothing, emotional intelligence, indigenous ways of knowing, do not count as any kind of acceptable forms of knowledge or thinking. Like it's like my way or the highway at a warp speed that plows everything in its path.
Wow, yeah, that was you really kind of nailed it in my view. Maybe there's some other interesting ways of reflecting on it too.
Okay, Caroline.
I think with linear thinking, it totally eliminates the chance of anything organic. And with Baha'u'llah's revelation, he said that, the independent investigation of the truth, that's not possible with linear thinking.
Yeah, again, wonderful, persistent. There may be times when it makes sense to think in terms of linearity, but always being ready to depart. And, one of the things that I think comes to mind that speaks to the kind of learning that we're trying to do with the kinds of community building that's going on in communities around the world. Those of you who may not be familiar, in Baha'i communities all over the world, we're trying to learn about how to build community. And one of the things that's at the heart of this is being detached from expectations. And what I find so liberating about that is that it helps me resist linear thinking. And that, my goodness, we're testing something, we have an expectation, but by not being attached to it, it allows us to shift in a new direction where something beautiful is emerging. And if I persist in linearity, I think, well, I can't go over there because I'm going this way. This is one reason as a teacher also, I have a sense of what I want to do in a day's lesson, but I try to resist giving it very firm walls. It would be heartbreaking for me to say to a student, I can't answer your question now because there's 5 minutes left and I have to do X, right? Finding a creative way to accomplish what I need, but also meet the needs of my precious students invites some resisting that kind of thing. Just something that comes to mind for me. Any other thought?
I have my voice now. This is Susan.
Great, go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, I think you pretty much said everything by now, but it's at least you're moving forward. But if you're moving towards the wrong thing, then guess what? You're moving forward, but it's still the wrong direction. you're not gaining anything, you're not learning anything, new inventions, new innovations, you'll be missing it all.
Thank you, Sue.
Thoughts?
Thank you. Jeff, on the point.
I was just thinking of linear. You know, we talked in the Bahá'í Faith about the concept of the skill of consultation. And, it's really impossible to learn that skill if you're a linear thinker. You really can't become a successful consultative person if you're closed-minded and a linear thinker.
Right, persistently thinking in linearity. And when we share an idea and we put it on the table, we let go. That's one of the most beautiful ways that we resist linear thinking.
Yeah.
And that we're prepared to welcome the group to massage the idea. And certainly the pursuit of unity of thought and action is this beautiful challenge to persistent linear thinking. I want to get to the next one, and then we need to really start thinking about how do we put in place mechanisms to scrape away these patterns of thinking. And the fourth one is what I like to call inflated sense of certainty. An inflated sense of certainty. And I want to just share some reflections about this and then hear what others are thinking. You know, when you live in a world that was crafted for you, and by you, I mean here, me, right? Or a person who has been granted a set of privilege and I want to say old world power. Power has been reconceptualized, thank you, to Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith. Power has been co-opted into something that is about exploitation, dominance. That's not true power. In fact, Baha'u'llah says, no power can exist except through unity. But this idea of an inflated sense of certainty, we live in a society that I think has massaged the white ego. And let's think about some of the historical dynamics around that. Quite frankly, you know, the trauma that the history we have that's filled with trauma and terror made it downright life-threatening to challenge a white person's inflated sense of certainty. You know, we don't have time to go into all the detail of that history, but think about the wound associated with that too, where folk of color have to kind of face the world behind a mask to, allow white people to wallow in an inflated sense of certainty. And, you know, so now the interesting thing about this is, and this is challenging, we've really gotten to this implicitly, but it's worth saying in a direct manner. This kind of conditioning affects us all. Hasn't our society, haven't we crafted a profound culture of contest such that to be wrong means to be weak? And doesn't this fuel the sense of contention, you know, butting heads, and brings us back a little bit to dichotomous thinking, where the moment your view is different from mine, I see it as a threat to mine. And that two views, by virtue of being different, must categorically be perceived as in opposition to each other. Well, no, you could have 50 ideas that are distinct, and none of them are in opposition to each other. right? When we are influenced by the principle of oneness and we center oneness, we're so liberated to accept that different ideas enrich, but we're conditioned to see in opposition. Ideas in opposition comes from a culture of contest. And I would suggest that culture of contest is also a white invention. This idea that I have to distinguish myself as being centered and right, and that in doing so, that will then elevate me over others, exalt me over others. Right? This is that conditioning that produces a way of ranking humanity. Wherever you fall on the ladder, make sure there's someone below you. This is completely warped sense of reality. We know this, right? So maybe there's just a few reflections here. I'll invite those, and then we're going to transition into looking at what can we replace this with?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Charlene, to interrupt. Can I get him to, before you move on, to repeat that statement that you said about the ladder? The ladder, I want to kind of jot it down.
So this, you know, I think that this culture of contest, which is a byproduct of, or they kind of interact with each other, an inflated sense of certainty, has produced a kind of social ranking in our society. And maybe the watchword of that ranking is that the whiter you are, the righter you are.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right? Let's face it, our society claims to be about welcoming all, right? Truth be told, you're welcome to the degree that you're white. Historically, those are the forces that have been at work. And you know, essentially the closer you are to white, the more acceptable you are. And I can mention a couple things that you may have thought of. Band-Aids and colored pencils.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Some of you may be thinking where I'm coming from. The traditional Band-Aid, right? This just to kind of show or illustrate, in a sense, the standardization of whiteness, right? You know what original Band-Aids were made based on the assumption of whiteness. And when I was a kid, I had a set of colored pencils. Two of the shades that were right next to each other were called flesh and light flesh.
Yep.
Now I'm telling you, they were not of the majority of humanity's flesh, right? That would be like, you know, dark brown and a little bit lighter, right? They were something that looks about like my skin, and then a little lighter than that, flesh and light flesh. Anyway.
Could you repeat the ladder metaphor that you were using?
Oh, I thought I did. Just this idea of.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
When you stand on a ladder, right?
Right.
We're supposed to understand, where do we belong on that ladder, and make sure there's somebody below you.
Right.
We get into a lot of interesting history around the turn of the century, immigrants from Europe, and becoming conditioned to how to think about indigenous folk, African people of African descent.
Right. Okay, Regina.
Yeah, when you were talking about this idea of contesting or competition, I thought too that it extends to more than just always being right. It also extends to having to have more of everything than anybody else has. So, and then that goes back to what you and Jeffrey were talking about earlier, this, you know, when you were talking about mechanistic and how the woman tightened her daughter's hand, or her hand, or she tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. It wasn't only that sort of mechanistic supremacy thing, that was also inculcating fear. And fear is probably one of the largest elements of certainly anti-Black racism and white and fuels white supremacy movements. And those leaders that Jeffrey was talking about who take advantage of, you know, of their sheep also inculcate fear in them. It's all based on fear. It's all based on the fact that they're gonna, if you give anything to them, it's gonna come from you. So these people are gonna take everything you have and give it to those people. It's the fear of being overrun by the brown races. You know, just this fear of disappearance. So I guess I'm saying I don't think we can talk about any of these things about white supremacy without also talking about the element of fear and the way that that's used.
Yeah, yeah, the culture of contest, absolutely, because we, at the root of seeing the other, like the culture of contest breeds the notion of other and us versus them, right? We combine all these things. When you put all these things together, we have that notion of who is the other. And there are many dimensions to how we must fear the other. The other's going to take my stuff, right? Not all human beings have oriented their view of reality based on deriving value from things or the acquisition thereof. But I would suggest that is very much a white view of reality, right? Deriving value based on things and the acquisition of them. And a very complex, effective system. Effective meaning self-perpetuating. Effective system of conditioning the fear of the other, which means the subjugation of the other, and privileging my access to control, ownership. Like I was in a space not long ago where we were reflecting on this idea of ownership. Not all human beings think about ownership the way we've been conditioned to think about it in this society. And I would suggest that Baha'u'llah has invited us to completely reconceptualize that.
You know, if I could add, Todd, on that very note, I think there's an element, and I had to step away briefly, so I apologize. So if this was mentioned, I may not hear it. But there's also an element in that thinking tied to the materialism, but it's a notion that there's limitation. It's a zero-sum game. The pie is only so big, and I need to get as many pieces of that pie as I can, right? And that's where the other comes in, because if you have a piece, that's a piece I don't have. And there's nowhere else for me to get another piece. I just got to come out of the same pie, right? And so it's a zero-sum thinking that permeates that culture of contest. In fact, it fuels that culture of contest. Just says, you know, I have to get more because if I don't, and there's nowhere else to get it. So there's this really lacking understanding that, at least from my perspective, has only been revealed in the revelation of Baha'u'llah, and that is that our resources are infinite. Well, no, it's not true. I think Christ talked about it as well. But, you know, just the notion that when you give, you get back, right?
Yes.
And that concept, that spiritual dynamic is lost in this culture of contest. It does not exist.
you know, this is getting into something so important. It's a nice transition momentarily to thinking about our spiritual reality. Because have you noticed, spiritual resources grow when we use them.
That's right.
Material resources become depleted, right? Spiritual resources grow profoundly to the degree that we manifest and express them. All right. Talk about managing resources. And I would suggest that our spiritual qualities are our true resources because they're everlasting. We're getting into the next section in a moment.
Yeah, we have two people that would like to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, Nancy?
Yeah, this whole notion of the different ways of thinking that come out of this whole invention of whiteness, the artificiality of it, also cultivates a lack of coping skills. Because if things are presented for you, by you, for your needs, you have very little to have to deal with in terms of life's issues, aside from just everyday things. But when it's systematic and you have the privilege of not even having to notice the color of your skin, there's a real lack of coping ability. You don't get to exercise those muscles at all. It takes away from your spiritual and moral development and character. And I think that's where white people become their own self-inflicted victims.
Yes.
Within this whole thing that they've created. And it causes mental illness that a lot of people don't even talk about.
Right. And spiritual illness.
Yes, absolutely. Which is
So,
all part of it.
Yes. You know, what could be more damaging than to be sick and oblivious of it?
And not know it, yes.
Yes. That is, you know,
Thank you.
I love the way you frame that.
Oh.
And I just would like to note, you know, there's all of this history of European doctors and philosophers analyzing African Americans and people of color and giving us all kinds of prognosis and diagnosis and, you know, our head shape and, you know, giving us all reasons based on false science in a lot of areas and stuff that they just make up, you know, and really a lot of it is projection, you know, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. Elizabeth?
I'm going to bring up something that may connect more with what you're going to cover next. I'd like us to consider the talk and the discussion tonight within the reality that the House of Justice has asked us to engage in advancing the process of entry by troops, and how this mechanistic, linear property mindset within the white friends in the faith can, I mean, because for me, I mean, there probably are many people in this program that are not in the Baha'i faith, and that's wonderful. But if we're creating anyone, human being, Baha'i or not, wants to be a part of something that's making things better, and that making things better that in a system and in a process where everyone is seen as a human being with capacity. And my experience thus far in a number of settings where in social action conferences, in mass enrollment in South Carolina, in training institute programs. This whole need, for whatever reason, is not really connecting with the reality of what we're trying to do. That the spaces, that human beings, when they enter the faith or become friends of the faith, are not property. They're not to be controlled. They're not in somebody's camp and somebody speaks for them. And I've just found that if we're really going to be successful in bringing the message to Baha'u'llah, it's time for us to, there are some things that we know are reality and we know are the truth. And those are in the messages of the House of Justice and in the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha and Shoreh Effendi. Okay, but yeah, I'm sorry, I may be getting way off track, but
that's okay. We're at the 2-hour mark, friends. So I want to jump in for a moment. We're not shutting this down by any stretch. Todd and Shoreh have said they will stay with us as long as we want to stay, and that's as long as Nason is willing to keep us open. Okay, he's got the call. All right, but I do want to make note that we are at the 2-hour mark. We usually, tend to get into the Q&A about this time. I think there are a couple of more things that Todd wants to cover before we go there. So I'm leaving this up to Todd where he wants to go. Elizabeth, I think you've raised a very, very important set of issues and questions that I hope we can get to in the Q&A. But I'm gonna leave it to Todd where he wants to go with the conversation next.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask if others will indulge me to just lay out a few other things that we really want to talk about. Shoreh, you should be prepared to dive in if I miss something, okay? And then we can get to the questions. I wanted to mention one other thing as a really important symptom of this really warped way of thinking about reality, and that is backbiting.
Oh,
and I want to connect it directly to white supremacy. I want to suggest, and I'm gonna say something provocative, perhaps, maybe not. If it's not, great. But I really think it's worth our thinking about this constantly. That backbiting, when we backbite, we are engaging in reinforcing the fabric of white supremacy.
Todd, explain what backbiting is, because not everyone.
Yes, we even prepared for this, didn't we? Yes, backbiting. If you've not heard this term before, backbiting is the habit of discussing the faults, the perceived faults, I'll say, of others when they are not present. This is prohibited in the Baha'i teachings. Some of the most powerful, strong language that Baha'u'llah uses in making it absolutely clear help us understand that the backbiting is among the most grievous transgressions. In fact, he says, backbiting quencheth the light of the heart and extinguisheth the life of the soul. And he says, magnify not the faults of others, that thine own faults may not appear great. And one of the things to think about here is that we are profoundly damaging human resources when we backbite. But I really want us to double down. Now, I'm going to leave this here. Maybe some questions can come up about this or some comments later. But I'm suggesting that backbiting is a byproduct of all the patterns of thinking we've described. It emerges in a context of in a culture of contest, right? It exists when we have been conditioned to see some as exalted over others. Now, let's talk, I want to get into thinking of how we begin to scrape away these patterns of thinking. And really at the heart of this is this understanding that we are spiritual beings, right? We even go so far as to say, I don't have a soul, I am a soul. We are souls. We have bodies, right? Now, having embraced that, I think it becomes empowering to then say, well, what are the implications? What are the implications of this? Because I am a soul with a body, this body lasts for a mere blip in time, frankly. The soul is everlasting. What are the implications for developing a regimen that will nurture the soul? Because it's the powers of the soul that will allow me to relegate away, persistently mechanistic thinking, dichotomous thinking, persistently linear thinking, and this inflated sense of certainty. Now, some of you may be thinking, wow, we have a beautiful mantra that pushes us in the complete opposite direction of that, adopting a humble posture of learning, right? But let's think about the regimen we take for granted for the well-being of our body. It's quite elaborate, isn't it? Right? With getting enough sleep, eating every day, like obeying the law of eating, right? We have to think of that as a law. Violating that law can lead to my destruction. Eating proper food, right? Not 6 donuts at every meal, however tasty they may be. Cleaning myself, right? Brushing my teeth, right? I would never say, I think I'll take the month of August off from brushing my teeth, right? Or I think I'm gonna skip bathing or showering for August. We're very disciplined about this. And I think that we need at least as disciplined a regimen for the feeding of our soul as we do our body, right? And thankfully, Baha'u'llah has given us a very specific regimen. Daily prayer, morning and evening, obligatory prayers, meditating on the sacred word, and using that as a center for adopting or centering the very pivot of Baha'u'llah's teachings, which is the oneness of humanity. I've been talking for quite some time here, and I want to just pause for a moment and invite Shoreh. I've been talking for some time. Shoreh, do you have any thoughts you want to share at this point, or course correction, or remind me of anything I've missed?
I was wondering, just take ourselves away from what we're talking, but looking at it from another lens. In India, there is a caste system. Was that introduced when the whites went there and started doing things there? Was that imported?
Yes.
It was? Yes. The caste system was not there before?
So, it's a very complex history. And you know what? there's a lot of colorism centered in the caste system. And in fact, when you go back to the original Varna, those original, as opposed to Jati, which is many, many elaborate additional castes, they're actually associated with color. Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting.
So let's take us to Iran then. Not a lot of foreigners went in there, and yet there is this otherness. There is this notion of fear of this group that exists there that is different from us, and it has been going on for 200 years. So can we broaden the thinking and think about what is it that makes us human beings think of ourselves as superior as to others, whether it is white or black, whether it's this religion or that, whether it's this nationality or other.
Yeah, I think we've touched on it. I would suggest it is elevating a materialistic sense of reality, right? This is why, again, all of these are manifestations of a materialistic orientation to reality. And historically, you know, if we really look at history, white people have taken that to another level. It's true that we can see this kind of otherizing. Humanity has gotten very sophisticated in its otherizing. And I would say ultimately it's rooted in this materialistic framework, seeing the human being as essentially a material being.
So if we want to start a new way of looking at things so that we can start eliminating these patterns of thought, because that's what we are about. We talked about, you and I, we talked about when we want to create, when we want to change the paradigm, we need a prototype. Prototype being a new model, a new way of thinking from which comes behavior, attitude, and the rest. So what comes to my mind as a prototype is Abdul Bahá's life. When he saw racism in the United States, what did he do? No, I'm asking you.
You're asking me. I didn't know if you're asking others. Yes, well, look at that. Isn't he the embodiment of those qualities, right? And he was a fountain of love, wasn't he? Yeah. And he recognized all through an eye of oneness, and he saw the intrinsic nobility, right? Which is so central to this discussion. The human being, we know, is intrinsically noble, right? I created thee rich, the Baha'u'llah says, why dost thou bring thyself down to poverty? Noble I made thee, wherewith dost thou abase thyself? Out of the essence of knowledge I gave thee being, why seekest thou enlightenment from anyone beside me? Yeah. Mindful of the time, and I think that we have explored a lot of concepts here. Maybe took longer than this program is used to. Maybe now it's time to just hear some thoughts and questions that people have and allow us to, you know, dive deeper. Does that sound good, Shirley?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, we had a question earlier on, someone that raised their hand. It was Dennis. So I'm going to call on him first. Dennis, are you still here with us?
Still am. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis. You had a question. Thank you for waiting.
You bet, you bet. Actually, I don't know if it's a question, but I was just kind of like, these are great terms to really learn and process, but I think what kind of hit me when Todd was talking about the inflated sense of certainty, I'm just looking at how much have we internalized that within ourselves, how our since the beginning, with our education system from the beginning. Okay, this is the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it was. And I'm just saying, I'll just put inflated sense of certainty equals vain imaginings. I think at the same time.
Yes.
So anyway, so I'm just kind of like, man, and just a superficial level, just talk about the history, how, of course, the white males were the conquerors and the good guys and the saviors, even in a limited way to oppressor, those being oppressed, even though we're still oppressing, but it was like slavery, we helped free the slaves, whatever. Not saying that there wasn't an element of truth in that, but that was like the narrative that was dominant throughout history. And leaving out, just perpetuating that for a long time. And how does it infiltrate every other system we go through? Whether it's my own field I work in the mental health system, I've done it for many years. I'm thinking, man, how much paternalism have I kept doing for years that I just have to, just recent history. I've been in it for many years, but I just, oh my God, the paternalistic tone in that comes out, that not thinking about it, but it's harmful. And it's just, I'm learning so much.
Yeah.
Cleaning stuff out, but yeah.
Wonderful comment. Brings to mind something. Those of us in the audience in this space who are Baha'is, this may be a question for you in particular. What comes to mind that we've been given by Baha'u'llah as a tool to begin resisting that inflated sense of certainty?
You know?
Any thoughts?
Yeah.
What does he ask us to do every day?
Yeah. Well, be accountable each day. Or pray.
Bring ourselves to account.
Bring us account each day.
Bring ourselves to account each day. Yeah.
Questions as a spiritual attribute. Question what we've learned and
right.
Question,
you know, one of the things that I'm explicit about with my students from day one, I tell them, I teach 8th graders. I tell them, listen, when you ask me a question, if I can figure out a way to answer it with a question, I will do it. And at first it drives them crazy because they've been conditioned to think of me as the dispenser of knowledge. Well, I do have some knowledge that sometimes the knowledge in the room is coming from me, but I want them to see themselves as these noble creatures who can, you know, investigate and and so often when they ask a question, they have something on their mind. Sometimes the simplest question is, what do you think? Right? But at first they just get so annoyed, but then they realize I have a plan here, you know, and it's inviting this exploration of knowledge. And the other thing is I invite them to reflect sometimes. You realize, you know, when you think about it over the course of your life, you're going to be wrong many, 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 many more times than you will be right. And you will thank rightness for wrongness, right? Like, think about how we learn anything. We try it this way, we try it that way, we mess up, we make, and that allows us to get to our learning.
We have some more hands up.
I just wanted to mention, this idea of rightness and wrongness also is, if you went a little bit deeper into it, wrong from whose perspective, right from whose perspective, and and what is wrong and what is right, and these are things that we can always ask ourselves. What do I mean when I say right or wrong?
Right, and I was thinking in the context of like learning a skill or learning a task, right? So that, but yeah, this somebody used the term holistic before, or looking at it from a perspective of oneness. It is so valuable to maybe even scrape away the inclination to say, I was wrong or made a mistake. No, there was just learning, right? I saw an interesting t-shirt recently that was something like that. You know, something about how there's it's all learning. There's something more complex, but it challenged this notion of right and wrong. I like that.
Okay, we have several hands up. So, and I'm going to call on people who have not spoken yet or had an opportunity to do so. So forgive me if I'm going over you. Keep your hand up if you want to stay in the quote unquote queue for that reason. So John Grizel, you're next, John. We haven't heard from you.
I think. Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Todd, what concerns me is, you know, we have COVID now, a COVID pandemic. When you deal with a disease, a terrible disease, there are at least three different concerns you have. You can deal with the symptoms, and you can save people's lives by dealing with the symptoms. Reduce the fever, put them on a respirator, give them nutrition. You can also prevent the disease. You know, give them a mask, get to the conditions on which it breeds. And you can get to the pathogen, the real cause of the disease, and try to stop it there. Now, what I would take exception to what I think I've heard. I agree with pretty much everything I've heard, except it seems to me we are mistaking the symptoms for the pathogen. The symptoms, which are racism, are not the pathogen that caused racism. The pathogen, and you can show it. You don't want to go into deep historical examples, but the fact is, it's the endless greed for economic and political power that has driven the institution of racism in the world. As the same way it drives tribalism in African politics, the same way it has driven caste in Indian caste system is much older than any European influence. You know, that we have to be clear about that. And as Baha'is, yes, we are told very clearly what to do in terms of racial, what we call racial issues. But we're also given deep teachings about political issues and economic issues. And if we don't weave those other two issues in, we're going to be treating the symptoms, but not the pathogen. Because when you look at American history, from the very beginning, white supremacy, the American system didn't begin with white supremacy. It introduced white supremacy as a justification for the continuation of enslavement in a country that purportedly believed in freedom and liberty and all men are created equal. And today, it's our political practices and our economic practices that are behind the exacerbation of racism as well. And yet we don't want to touch those two issues. Don't we have to face up to them? I leave you with that question.
Yeah, interesting. I would suggest that those models, those systems have emerged and have evolved based on a materialistic sense of reality. And this is why we're suggesting we kind of condensed this whole portion around what are we replacing this with, right? It's the spiritualization of the individual and society that will allow us to replace those systems, right? As I mentioned before, we have systems in place that are very, very effective because they're self-perpetuating. But we need to be about the business, and I think that we are about the business of building a culture of learning worldwide from the grassroots that operates on the understanding that we are spiritual beings. And what will, for example, what will a system of governance look like when we universally accept that we are spiritual beings and that we are one? Biologically, more profoundly spiritually, and that isolation is a myth. What does the governance look like? Doesn't look anything like what we have, right? We have to remove partisanship. We have to remove the notion that the individual is to be exalted, right? And back to something I mentioned before, we have to completely reconceptualize what power is. Now, the Universal House of Justice made a statement about this, I think it's at the root, right? Like, we could spend several days getting into your very thought and question. The Universal House of Justice said, in really appreciating the oneness of humanity, they said that it calls for the complete reconceptualization of the relationships that sustain society. I'm going to repeat that. It calls for the complete reconceptualization of the relationships that sustain society. And I have to say that, you know, I think our economics, our politics, and, you know, we resist partisanship. Politics is about the betterment of society, right? I would suggest that we're in the work of politics, just not partisanship, but politics, economics, and so forth, social systems are built in a healthy way by establishing a true, authentic sense of reality given to us by the manifestation of God. And that this is, you know, Shoghi Effendi also said, Shoghi Effendi is the guardian of the Baha'i faith from 1921 to 1957. He referred to this process as slow and unobtrusive, right? Revolution, this is the most great revolution. Baha'u'llah has brought the most great revolution. Is something that is being irrepressibly woven. It's not here today. It doesn't come in a fleeting fashion. Transformation of hearts, all of whom are contributing to the transformation of society. Just a few thoughts. Shoreh, maybe you have some thoughts, or maybe there's some others.
I just wanted to add to that on the individual level, if we want to know, if we want to change our paradigms or know what is reality and what is not, what is the truth or what is not, maybe the question we can ask ourselves every time is this what I'm believing man-made, or is it principle-based? Is it something that doesn't change, that applies to all humanity, all time, all gender, all religions? Or is it something that is transitory and immune, or is prone to change and transform?
Thank you. Vanessa.
Thank you. We're thinking of talking about this paradigm shift away from material, right? And away from seeing us on the physical plane to the spiritual. And I want to use this as an analogy. The pandemic struck. It forced us to see individuals differently. So at first, people were running to the stores, they were buying up everything, they didn't care about anybody else, they were hoarding all their things because they wanted that material, me. And then as it continued on, we saw some of those spiritual qualities and characteristics coming out in society and in individuals when they start feeding other people, when they start thinking about not the skin color, not what country they came from. We are all in this and we're dying in the millions. So in order for us to survive in society, we have to get out of that blindness of seeing one or the other and see us as a whole. And individuals rose up and they started taking care of each other as a whole. And when we were isolated away from each other, we had to see each other as a society in order to exist and get back to the quote unquote normal. We have to collectively follow the rules, like you said, the physical rules to keep us alive. We had to wear masks. We had to isolate ourselves. We had to do all these things. But then the spiritual qualities have to come forth in order for us to survive, with that compassion, that understanding, that oneness. And this is the paradigm shift that we're talking about to get to the spiritual nature of things and start seeing individuals as one human family, that in order to survive together, these spiritual qualities we have to start demonstrating. Now, we were forced, a lot of people were forced to demonstrate those spiritual qualities. And hopefully some of them will continue on in their life and their pattern of what we are doing for each other to survive in society. So thinking about that on a daily basis, beyond the pandemic, when we can get out, how do we see ourselves as one human family in order to survive? What do I have to do in my spiritual development and to help my community to develop spiritually, right?
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it reminds me of this idea because it does seem like there's a consciousness raising that's occurred, right? And maybe even we're beginning to see that the way we've been doing these things, the approach to reality that we've been describing is not really sustainable.
Yep. Okay, Susan.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point that making the paradigm shift is not a one-time thing. That it's easy for us to say, well, I've become a Baha'i, I accept the oneness of mankind, or I'm woke, I understand. After George Floyd, I read so many things and I looked at so many videos and now I understand. It's so easy for us to think that we've arrived somewhere. And the Guardian says that in order that our approach should be deliberate, persistent, and prayerful, that we have to make a deliberate, persistent, and prayerful effort. And Baha'u'llah says, know ye not why we created you all from the same dust, that no one should exalt himself over the other. Ponder at all times in your hearts how ye were created. So it's not just something we read this one time. Ponder at all times in your hearts. And so I think that it's something that we each for ourselves have to figure out. What am I going to do today to be in a learning mode, to read some history, for example? Every time I read another book, I have some insights. I get a little deeper. Every time I have a conversation with someone about race, especially a person of African descent, I have insights. So it's just the main point is it's not a one-time thing, and it's not all or nothing. It's a constant sort of learning effort, and something that takes prayer, meditation, and also Baha'u'llah talks about, we talked about already, the self-knowledge being the same as the knowledge of God. And how do we get self-knowledge? How do we get that? Because we're so inside our own skin. How do we get that? And so that's something, again, for each person to figure out for themselves.
Yeah, something that comes to mind in listening to you, because really you're describing a holistic approach, right? As opposed to this dichotomous or mechanistic approach, like this idea of some are woke and some are not, right? Or, you know, that tends to be some kind of, it's also competitive, right? Like even the discourse can sometimes be rooted in a culture of contest. It becomes kind of insight one-upsmanship, right? It's ironic that it gets rooted in some of these same patterns of thinking. But something that came to mind is this precious guidance Baha'u'llah gives us. He says, let your vision be world embracing rather than confined to your own self. Right? That came to mind when you were just making those points. And isn't that inescapably connected to our spiritual regimen? Like I don't believe that I will be able to just say, I'm going to let my vision become world embracing and then accomplish it. It requires cultivating spiritual qualities, doubling down daily, obeying the law of prayer daily, obeying the law, the spiritual law, I think of it this way, as of meditating on the sacred writings of God daily, as this spiritual food that will allow me to develop that world embracing vision.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a little bit to that about the continuation, this continual progress that humanity, the material world, and the spiritual world undergo. And this I'm reading from some of the writings of Abdul Baha, one of the, not founders, but constitutes part of
central figures.
Thank you, that's the word I wanted. Thank you so much. Central figures. And I'm paraphrasing, not paraphrasing, but I'm just picking up a few spots here. And this is on about nature. He says, absolute repose does not exist in nature. All things either make progress or lose ground. Everything moves forward or backward. Nothing is without motion. All material things progress to a certain point, then begin to decline. This is the law which governs the whole physical creation. But with the human soul, there is no decline. Its only movement is towards perfection. Growth and progress alone constitute the motion of the soul. And then he goes on to say, divine perfection is infinite. Therefore, the progress of the soul is also infinite. So when I read that, it says to me that my spiritual nature, who I am as a person, as a spiritual being, is infinite. I will never reach perfection. I will always be moving forward. He says, the soul has to move forward. It cannot go back. But in physical creation, we do see this, this rise and decline. We see it in civilizations. We've seen it in the revelations that God has sent. You know, they start out small, they rise, and then they eventually decline. Same thing will happen with the Baha'i dispensation in its time as well. And then there will be another. That's part of the natural physical law. So this notion that, we just do this parrot, like Susan was saying, I'm woke, I'm done. I'm cooked, all the books are in, right? No, we're constantly evolving,
Yeah, this brings to mind too, we didn't get into this before. I think that our inclination to label everything, and I'm not just talking in terms of racial terms, but everything has to have a label. Again, it's back to the siloed thinking. Once we label it, it invites adversarial thinking. And I would suggest maybe another way of rethinking how we relate to reality is to see the attributes of things, focus on the attributes of things, focus on the attributes of a school of thought, right? And anyway, you know, we could spend a lot of time talking about the pitfalls there. But
I'd like to pick up with you on that for a second, because
sure.
It's something that interests me about labeling. Because on the one hand, I'm currently thinking that a label in and of itself is an inanimate object, and its meaning is only given to it by us, right?
Yes.
So for example, in some periods of American history, to be called Negro was a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a step up. That was a good thing. So Negro was okay. Today you call someone Negro, they're gonna look at you like, where have you been?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? Are you insulting me? What, right? No, I'm Black. Just to use as an example, right?
Yeah.
Really the meanings that we impugn to these labels that I think is, I think that's where the real issue is, because, you know, when Abdul Baha'u'llah talk about the flowers of the garden, right? Let's just use the garden analogy. And, you know, so people who say they don't see color, right, are gonna look at the garden and they're gonna say that garden's all gray. I see they're different shapes, but all those flowers are gray because I don't see any colors. I just see gray.
Yeah.
All right. So how are you going to distinguish one flower? How can you talk about the unique attributes of one flower to another without the ability to refer to, for example, the color?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. One of its attributes.
One of its attributes. Yeah. To me, there's nothing wrong with being Black, looking Black. If you want to call me brown, tan, that's fine too. I don't really care, because I know I'm beautiful. I love what I got, right? Yeah. So it's not about, so in my mind, you know, we have to go, I think we need to, because in a certain sense, labels help us. They help us talk about things, but we have to not only do two things, I think, for the kind of society we're looking for. One is to develop a new lexicon that captures many of the spiritual concepts and principles that we embody. And then I think the other thing is to reinvent or give labels, change the meaning, you know, the significance of some of these quote unquote labels. Now, some of them are outright bad, I agree. You know, like the N-word. Okay, there's no, you can't change that one. I don't think for anybody, right? But so I don't know. I'd like to hear what others.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. I love what you're saying. And, you know, I think what you just did was described in a really eloquent way this cherishing of attributes. You said it better than I did.
No, that was a good.
The thing that I'm thinking about labels that incline us to entrenched camps, right? And I think a lot of it is associated with the way we resist partisanship. Now, let me give an example in a sort of a different context. In a way, if I call one of my students amazing, what am I saying? Like, is that That's not descriptive at all. It's not looking at attributes. It's a label. And what meaning does it have? And quite frankly, I think it can be a burden on the ego.
Yeah.
And if I'm telling a student you're amazing, they might be inclined to think, well, I don't have to change anything. And quite frankly, I better make sure I don't fall back, because if I'm amazing now, something other than what I am now means I'm not amazing, right? Rather, I have a duty as a teacher to be descriptive about attributes I appreciate. Like, for example, you know, Sarah, I appreciate how patient you have been in listening to other people share ideas before you share yours. And they often are so beautifully woven into what others have shared. It highlights the deed and the accomplishment, and it doesn't massage the self, you know. And I'm thinking, what are the implications for this in the broader society? You know, I personally try not to use terms like the left and the right. I resist using terms conservative and liberal. If I'm in a discourse and others are using them, I won't insist on seeing it my way. And I'm determined to find common ground. Although one time I had a conversation with somebody who was determined to read me based on assumed labels, you know. And he actually kind of started insulting me based on notions of who I was. And when I was able to share some things and kind of completely blow that bubble, he was really quite apologetic. But then I was explicit, you know, I know this is meaningful to you, but I'm going to just tell you as we talk, I personally am going to resist using some of the labels that you like to use. You're welcome to use those, but I think that they tend to create encampments, and then it reinforces us versus them.
Yeah, thank you. David has been so patient. David. And then Becky is after him.
I just wanted to mention the way Abdu'l-Baha taught in this country when he came in 1912, which was the nadir, the lowest point in our terrible whiteness. White supremacy was raging in this country because the Klansmen, which was a play, which then became the movie Birth of a Nation, was just driving people into a frenzy of lie. It was just based on lies and total deception. But Abdu'l-Baha would do things in such a beautifully simple but direct way. Where's my friend Gregory? He was looking for, you know, he was at the meeting and everyone was white and Louis Gregory was not there. Where is he? We'll bring him. Sat him right at the right hand, right at his right hand at the table. Oh, there's the black rose. He brought out the little boy, the one African-American boy in this rabble of, you know, kids in the Bowery. Oh, the black rose, and took a chocolate, placed it next to us. These very simple but very, very direct gestures that just trampled in such a friendly and sweet way all of these invisible barriers that were just everywhere. It must have been so painful for him to see how rampant racism was in the country. And he found ways, not only the racism, but classism with, there's so many examples in his visit that we really should study and emulate as best we can.
Thank
To
you so much, Steve.
continue to break down those barriers.
Yeah. Thank you. And for anyone who may not know Louis Gregory, who Abdul-Baha was looking for, was a Black man. He was a butler, and he was invited to sit at the head of the table with Abdul-Baha, not to be excluded either by his race or his position in society. So thank you. Becky?
This is my first time of attending one of these race
Welcome.
workshops. I've been very impressed.
Thank you.
There's a few things that really resonate with me that were great education, but there's a couple of things I want to say that we need action on. And that's, what as white people can we change? And I love the definitions of the different ways of thought that you identified. But Sherilyn, when you talked about the labels, or maybe it was Vanessa that talked about the labels. I don't remember which one of you. So many people have talked since now, I've lost track of who said what. The labeling is our caste system in the United States. And it is so deeply systemic that we completely don't know that we're labeling. And it goes to our children. We cast them before they even go to kindergarten. You're dyslexic, you're ADD, you're ADHD, oh, you're so this, you're so that. We are using these labels systemically, and it is really tragic because we are marring these children's mindsets for who they are and what they can do, who they can be and what they can be. Oh, you have autism, you have Asperger's, you have this, you have that. Oh, my child is having problems in school. What label, what symptom can we put a label to validate the fact that we're not focusing on that child? I teach those children.
Right.
I teach those children and take them from F's to A's, from failure to self-success. I have a student that's now 22 going to college. When he was 9, he didn't know the alphabet and couldn't count to 10. And what does society say? Oh, 90% of your brain is developed by the time you're 8. We can't teach anybody after 8. That's a lie. That is such a systemic lie. It's so disgusting. Yet there are so many people who believe that. They don't believe that we can teach people. As white people, we need to start changing these label systems and challenging the mechanical way we think about them, because we're moving through this world in our mechanical ways, and I think that if we could all start thinking about labels and how do we use them, and how can we change our wording, how can we change our thought process.
Yeah, you know, I love that. And isn't that again straight from a materialistic way of looking at reality? Let's think about it, you know, and, you know, I was in frankly, the way we look at identity in our society, like, if we're honest, we have to say that identity is quite abstract. And really, I would say my only true lasting identity is a soul. Everything else is temporary. But, you know, if we call, as you're saying, if we call a student a dyslexic, it minimizes every other attribute this person has, right? And how, again, yeah, how materialistic and mechanistic it is to identify a thing and decide that that is the thing that makes you reality.
Right.
You know, Brian Stevenson has a beautiful thing that he says. It's really right out of this same thinking. And if you don't know Brian Stevenson, he is one of the great American heroes. founder and director of the Equal Justice Initiative. He wrote the book, oh my goodness, Just Mercy. He has a wonderful TED Talk too. But he says, no human being is just the worst thing they've done. So beautiful, right? This is spiritual. Every human being, how dare we say that every human being is only the worst thing they do? And isn't that another way of recognizing the intrinsic nobility of every soul? And my goodness, we can make this infectious. I'm convinced we can make this infectious when we treat others as intrinsically noble. Yeah, it's hard to do it with persistent labeling.
Yeah, very much.
As far as labeling, there is a wonderful TED Talk that I really encourage you, all of you, to watch. It's by Amy Mullins, about language, about labels. It is really a wonderful talk, 20 minutes, but so profound and eye-opener, mind-opener about the language we use, everything you were saying. She in 20 minutes explores beauty. She doesn't have two legs, and so she has suffered through labeling, and but she talks about adversity and how adversity itself, like we were talking about pain, is not something to overcome or go around, but go through it. But she specifically talks about language. Another very good person to listen to is Sir Ken. Anybody know?
Robinson.
Yes, excellent. About creativity, about language, about education, about new models of education. So those are very good ones if you want to self-educate.
Sorry,
Is that Amy Muller, M-U-L-L-A-R? Amy, the last name Muller?
Mullin, M-U-L-L-I-N.
Could you put it in the chat, both of those individuals, Shoreh? That would be great. Thank you. Okay, Carolyn. There you go.
Okay, there. During the Baha'i Studies seminars, there was a Lakota approach to education, and she talked about, can't remember her name, I'm so sorry, but she talked about the healing circle wheel, and how the idea in her cultural upbringing was that God, the Creator, separated us in different races, come back together at a time when we could share what we had learned. And I'm not sure that's what got my attention from her talk, but I felt like I was really learning something new there when I listened to her talk. And I got the books that she mentioned. And I'm sort of getting overwhelmed trying to read them all. But I'm going to have a vacation and I'm going to do it then. But I think that one of my struggles is to reach across lines when I feel shame for being white. And I mean, I have ancestors that were white that did some good things. Like one of them was key in putting El Capone, excuse me, El Capone into prison on tax evasion because he went out to stand by a business, and El Capone came and said, "Let me in, I'm the owner." And that's what he testified to. And his life was in danger for a while. but I'm proud of him for that. And somebody wrote an article years ago about we should recognize citizens like that. So, you know, in if we reevaluate our past, I think we can find some good in some white people. You know
There's
what I mean?
a lot of white people. There's good in a lot of white people. And I think one of the struggles that our white friends go through is assuming guilt for what some of your ancestors may or may not have done. Don't carry that with you. That's not what's required. That is not what is asked.
And exactly, it's getting in my way.
Yeah, leave it behind.
I want to reach out more, but I figure, what point is there to reach out? I'm nothing, you know?
There is a point, and you are something, and that's another conversation. But, you know, there are a number of groups that help individuals like yourself, you know, who feel the call to do something but don't quite know how or what to do. And if you're on our subscriber list, you know, you'll get some of that information. And if you're not, I'll just put in a plug, forgive me. If anyone wants to be on our subscriber list to get the YouTube notifications and upcoming, you know, notifications, just put your email address and your city and state in the chat, which is open now, and I'll add you to that list. But there are a number of groups like Copper to Gold, and some others that are helping white people in particular work through those issues and feel comfortable gaining some confidence in how to interact with people of African descent. Okay, so, but just taking from the writings, you know, in the Baha'i faith, call yourself to account each day, the good and the bad. And then the next step is to say, or to ask assistance to do better the next day. And then the next step after that, you know what that is? It's to let it go and have faith that you will do better, even incrementally, the next day. That is progress. So there's no time for guilt. Guilt pulls you away. Guilt does not uplift you.
Isolates.
It isolates you. It does nothing for anyone. Nothing for anyone. Do not burden yourselves with guilt. Change that guilt into action. If it's only doing those three things, calling yourself to account, identifying what you can do better at, and ask for divine assistance in doing so, and then proceeding with faith that you have that assistance and make effort.
And I think too,
yeah, go ahead,
you know, acting, aren't we learning? Aren't we persistently striving to learn what it looks like to act as a noble soul?
Yes, yes.
Right? So what if that's at the forefront of our daily endeavor? Every action, however insignificant it may appear, if I'm conscious that I am a soul acting in this world, what are the implications for what that action must look like? We come back to things like a humble posture of learning. We also come to this challenge to be an active pursuer of racial unity, right? I think the twofold moral purpose, this idea of committing to my own personal transformation and the transformation of society, which go hand in hand. It's not a now and then, it's all together. Invite me to constantly reflect, how do I relate to my fellow brothers and sisters in a way that will construct a new society? Just a thought.
Vanessa?
If I can just say, you know, and Shogi Effendi wrote to us that the work isn't one-sided. It's not that only white people have work to do here, right? There's work that African Americans have to do as well in bridging this gap. And it is in changing the language of how we speak and how we identify, you know, not saying like blanketing all white people, you know, because we have a tendency to do that. Well, white people this and white people that, right? So it's changing that language and developing those relationships with people who don't look like us, and sharing our stories so that they can understand us and we can understand them. So it's not a one-sided thing here with the work that needs to be done. There's a lot of work that we as African Americans have to do to understand our nobility so that we can act noble. Because the way society has, through the years, through systemization, has caused some African Americans to think less of themselves and inherently act a different way. So, I mean, there's so much work that needs to be done in this area, and it's on both sides. So, you know, when we get into these discussions and, you know, people say, I feel guilty because of my ancestors, you know, what can I do? It's not just all on you. It's on both of us, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to create this healing and this oneness and not this otherness.
Yeah, beautiful. It also implies this courage to act, right?
Yes.
You know, when we think about this concept of the twofold moral purpose, and those of you who may not be familiar with the Ruhi Institute process, this is a term that we meditate on constantly. This personal transformation coupled with contributing to the transformation of society. We're never done polishing our own spirit. So we have to muster the courage to step out and act, knowing that it will redound back to me. And we do it with a sense of humility, eyes wide open, learners, you know. And yeah, you know, Baha'u'llah tells me I'm noble. I may wrestle with feelings of something other than that, but he knows better. And I will learn about my nobility by stepping into the arena and being willing to stumble too, I think. Stumble and then move on.
Well, friends, we're getting quiet, but there are still quite a few people in the room. So that means people really aren't ready to go yet.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
maybe,
absolutely.
Maybe there's no traction. I wonder if anyone would like to explore more about backbiting. Backbiting as an emblem of white supremacy.
I saw a couple of thumbs go up saying yes.
I'm interested to hear what other people have to say about that.
Couple of thumbs up. Jan, Wolfie, or Rebecca, either of you want to speak to it? What your thoughts are? The floor's open.
I beat you, Jan. It's not some it's not some. I would like you to actually help explain it more. It resonates about that, but the first thing when you said that is this part of white culture? Because I think that all people that I'm around are backbiting. So, and then it kind of led me down the road. You've given me so much to think about. I'm almost spinning, and it'll be days putting it together. So, but I'm thinking I would actually like to hear more reflection on that, because I think it is part of white culture, and I'd be interested. I feel like the next step is how does that hold that white culture in place? And I don't have a quick answer for that. And the other thing, if there's a lull, you made two references to things that I was not familiar with. One was silo thinking, and I instantly went to a large up and down and a container, but how does that relate to my thinking? So I would love for you to maybe expound on that a little. And there was one other term that was kind of connected to silo thinking, and I can't remember now, and my notes are too fast and furious. So
Yeah,
backbiting, does it hold? I mean, is that the thing? Is it?
well, let me comment on the silo thinking first. It's really a metaphor, right? Think of what a silo does, right? Contains, it contains things. And so I use it as kind of a synonym for mechanistic thinking, this inclination to compartmentalize everything. Like, think about our educational system even, right? I like to think that our educational systems will ultimately evolve in ways where we reconceptualize how we approach learning and knowledge, and not insist that these subject matters be rigidly separated from each other. I mean, don't get me started on the educational system, including like traditional grading. I could spend a week on that alone. Does that help siloed thinking? Now, I think the really provocative thing about this claim that backbiting is an emblem of white supremacy is that it invites us to recognize that you don't have to be white to be profoundly bolstering white supremacy.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Because backbiting is a very American thing. Think about it. Think about the work we have to do to find spaces, social spaces that are free from backbiting. I'm thinking about like in the workplace. I finally just told my colleagues, I was explicit. I said, look, I'm determined to resist backbiting, even as a listener. I love you guys, right? I love my job. I love working with you, but I'm asking for your help, right? Please don't do it in my presence. It was interesting because it got ridiculous trying to navigate spaces where it wasn't going on. And I also make this explicit in my classrooms. And my students do a lot of collaborative work. So, you know, it makes them really work on it. But I think that it's a pattern of behavior that is so
Wait, what's your
rooted.
audio, Todd? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay.
The last
Weird.
thing, the last thing I heard you say was being explicit with your colleagues, and then you went out.
So I mentioned how I was explicit with my colleagues. You heard me say that I told them all, and also with my students who do collaborative work and all that. But I think that backbiting emerges in a culture where we are determined to see human beings as not of all intrinsic value. Why else would we choose to center one's identity, like privilege their shortcomings to the degree that we, you know, at its worst, we decide that is your meaningful emblem of who you are. Now,
hold on just a second. Could you clarify what you mean by privileging someone?
In other words, yes. So in that context, I mean that we are elevating importance to that shortcoming that we are, that we are highlighting.
Okay.
And it's also related to, like, I mean, I think a lot of backbiting happens out of insecurity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The moment I begin to feel like I'm less than this other, I have to pull them down below me by magnifying their faults. I think this behavior is an invention that emerges from a materialistic way of looking at reality and so, you know, persistent social ranking. Mm-hmm. So let's think about it. That pattern of behavior is invariably reinforcing the very heart of what produces white supremacy. White supremacy depends on our cooperation, that we elevate some over others. So, you know, I actually I work at a school. I work at a school that prides itself on being very progressive socially, very interested in the pursuit of social justice. And I enjoy, you know, involving myself in that discourse. But I challenged our community by suggesting that to the degree that we allow backbiting to persist, our pursuit of justice becomes a sham. These two cannot coexist. And it's interesting. I've had some very interesting conversations with people for whom it resonates. And yet, the next conversation is, well, what's the mechanism to resist that behavior? Because I can't do it if I just say, I'm going to stop backbiting. That's not going to work alone. I need tools to elevate my spiritual nature, to conquer my ego, to relegate my ego, and elevate the spirit, because it's the spiritual qualities that will allow me to gain victory over the self that's inclined to backbite.
Could I add to that a little bit, Todd? You know, about how to overcome it. I was in a conversation about a similar, you know, how do you overcome these things, right? That we're recognizing.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I thought was helpful was this notion of, and of course, this is in addition to, you know, knowing oneself, right? Knowing one's true nature. That I think there's two lines of knowing oneself. Knowing your true nature, which is what we get from our spiritual teachings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is all part again of that calling yourself to account each day. So how have my actions or thoughts held up against this higher, this truer self, right?
Yeah.
And so, but okay, that's great. You're in bed, you're calling yourself to account, you're having your conversation with God about this, right? So the next day, there you are in the office, or there you are, you know, wherever, right? And it's so easy. It's like trying to quit smoking, you know, it's just so easy to have that cigarette, or just so easy to just continue on. It might be something your whole family does. And there are families that do this. There are people who don't know what to say if they're not gossiping or backbiting. I mean, that's how invasive it is. But back to how do you fix it? There's a thing called metacognition. And that means being able to listen to yourself think. Catch your thoughts and to say, aha, uh-oh, I just did that. Okay, well, you know, next time, why did I do it then? What was my trigger? Just use the cigarette analogy again, right? What makes me want to have that cigarette? What made me want to say those things? Can I switch it? Can I say, okay, I'll have a drink of water instead of the cigarette? Or instead of saying, yeah, I don't like her that much either, I can say, I like her nails.
Yeah.
She gets a good nail job. All right, I'll give her that. Say something good. So you have to develop this process of listening to yourself and being very conscious, truly woke to yourself.
Yes.
And then saying, okay, how can I catch myself? And be kind to yourself. That you're seeing this in yourself is a wonderful step. That's the biggest step to making change. Is that you're aware. Without that, you go absolutely nowhere. You know? So feel good about that if you're seeing these things. And then of course, you know, take the volition to take action, you know, about those things. And it takes time. I used to be a chronic worrier, always worried about everything and my thoughts just constantly, always. It took me about a year of metacognition to replace those thoughts and to change the habits of my thinking, to change my mind map, to get out of my mental rut. But it can be done for anything you want to tackle, especially.
Wouldn't you say too, Sherlyn, that was the natural action and fruit of your spiritual regimen as well?
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Like that was coupled with the obeying the law of prayer and meditating on the sacred writings, and that you were able to develop those capacities to, you know, it reminds me too of this idea of shedding a kind of lethargy. Like the House of Justice tells us, we're aiming to invite humanity to you know, shed a lethargy that has been imposed upon us. Some of that is this notion, I'm intrinsically no good. Isn't that the most pernicious conditioning that humanity has suffered? The notion that I am intrinsically of no value.
Right.
And so why act? Baha'u'llah says, no, you are noble. And we have the duty to pay that forward, to the recognizing the nobility in another helps. Like that, isn't that central to what we do as community builders?
Definitely. We have 2 more people that have their hands up. Colette, you had your hand up, but you took it down. Do you want to go?
Sure. I was getting a little bit lost.
Yeah, and then
Lajamaya. I think that backbiting, well, let me just say, just for Rebecca's sake, silos are something I talk about a lot. And I get extremely frustrated because we tend to operate in silos and not take into consideration how we can collaborate more effectively with each other. And so I do a lot of work on identifying silos and connecting them. That said, backbiting. I think that backbiting, how am I going to put, well, a couple of things. One is that it is definitely harmful. It stems, I believe, from a position of insecurity and feeling less than yourself, and therefore you need to put others down so that you can feel better. It's that whole thing of being on that ladder and who being on top. And the other thing, I get really, really annoyed with this whole thing that people will jump into a conversation and say, oh, that's backbiting. We can't go there. We can't go there. That's backbiting. When it's just trying to, it's when, I think a lot of people say that when they're uncomfortable and they don't want to sit in their discomfort. And so they are using the label and term backbiting, when what it really is perhaps an exploration of truth from different perspectives. And if you don't want to hear what the other person is saying, you write it off as backbiting. So I'm curious to, I've run into this so much. I get very frustrated when people cut me off and say I'm backbiting when I'm just sharing my truth. I'm not talking about other people, but what I'm feeling, not what they said necessarily. So I think that we need to understand what backbiting is and isn't. Thanks.
I want to share this about backbiting because I think we really have to double down. We have to double down and really explore this subject matter. Here's a very practical and I personally find it thought-provoking way of approaching this. Let's remember that when we backbite, we are destroying our own capacities as human resources. Now, in a collective scale, we're doing it on the masses. Human beings who persist in backbiting, and that's the American society, daily we are destroying human resources. From a practical standpoint, think of what resources we would have available to us if backbiting were eliminated, right? Because when we backbite, quencheth the light of the heart, extinguisheth the life of the soul. Now, I would invite us to think and think again and think again about what backbiting looks like. And maybe it's best, personally, I find it thoughtful to say, when I speak of another, like Abdu'l-Baha only spoke of others with love, only with love, right? And I have to ask myself, is what I will say about someone wrapped in love? If it's not, I don't know. I have to really bring myself to account around that. Now, I also think, though, that sometimes we have a challenge and we're struggling with something. And it's not backbiting to seek help from someone to deal with a difficulty, as long as I'm going to take an action. And that in talking about this challenging situation, we separate action from personality, right? In our society, it's not always backbiting, but it's public denigration where, I mean, especially social media. Social media, I was listening to a wonderful interview with oh my goodness, Penn Badgley recently, who's a Baha'i, well-known actor in Baha'i. And he was suggesting that the way social media operates in society is the opposite of consultation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? And we've become addicted, our society's become addicted to calling out the personality in relation to the deed that is not laudable. And I think we need the skill of being able to identify what's the source of our challenge without denigrating another. And then we have to be action oriented. What will I do now that I've consulted with someone about that challenge? Because venting, I don't think is consistent with the Baha'i prescription for living.
Yes. Now, I'd like to share another thought, and this has just come to me in the context of our conversation here about whiteness, and backbiting. So Baha'u'llah, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've been wrong before tonight, between Louis Gregory and Robert Turner. Thank you, Ronaldo. So if my recollection is correct, Baha'u'llah wrote about the prohibition against backbiting in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, the Book of Laws. And it is one of the first prohibitions in this book. Is that correct? or close to it. I mean, it's like in the top 3, right? It's okay, it's up there. Either
Yeah,
way, it's up there.
I mean, I think it's accurate
Yeah, I
to
can't
say.
hear you, Todd.
Oh,
Your audio's gone again.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you now.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that he identifies it as among the most grievous transgressions, if not the most.
Okay.
The most great sin. The most great sin.
Okay, great. So now, having said that, and given when Baha'u'llah wrote this, and with our understanding of history in that period of time, there were very few white people, very few Westerners, which he had come across. So backbiting was one of those things that was already a most grievous thing in Persian culture. Okay, now, I don't know where I'm going with that, you know, except to say, you know, it really got imported or exported.
Well, yeah.
And that, you know, the United States, you know, why the American Baha'i community has been looked upon, you know, the manifestations of God, they appear in the most degraded societies in the time in which they are, in which the manifestation appears, right? That was Persia at that time. Likewise, the United States has also been chosen for the very same reason, for its excessive materialism and this harboring, you know, of all of these aspects of European/American/white culture that have percolated and pervaded everything. And so I'm really just kind of rattling along now, I think, but but I'm just kind of making some connections here. Todd, do you know what connections I'm trying to make?
Oh, I think it's so interesting. It's so interesting. The thing that came to mind too, though, of course, is that, you know, the mind of Baha'u'llah, Baha'u'llah is writing for all of humanity, and he knows, right? He knows the depth of our ailments, and you know, again, we've discussed this on a number of levels tonight. At the crux of it all, we keep coming back to that humanity has been completely lost in a materialistic outlook, materialistic systems that are extremely effective because they're self-perpetuating. We are not going to just put Band-Aids on the system and expect it to work. It has to be completely replaced. And I like to think that's what we're trying to do in pockets all over the world. Learn about community building,
right,
to craft a new system that Baha'u'llah has, the most great system for today.
Yeah. John, oh, I'm sorry, Todd.
Yeah, go ahead.
John? Go ahead, John.
I think what you just said is really important. It isn't rambling. And it's important because we have to be careful not to attribute to whiteness what are traits of our failure as human beings. You know, if I'm backbiting, it's not because, oh, the whiteness made me do it.
Right.
You know, it's because I'm a lousy person. I better get my life together. And I think that's very important because we do have a tendency to take what you described, I think is very accurate and profound, but it isn't a trait, a distinguishing trait of whiteness. It's universal.
Yes.
And it's something we always have to fight against. And I think that we have to be very careful as we discuss what we have to do not to use whiteness or any other racial character as an excuse.
Right.
because he can make that fault as well.
Yeah. So it comes back to this idea, once we recognize that white as is an invention, it begins to liberate us. Now, the thing is, then we have to, because again, it's not just an intellectual thing. If we make it entirely intellectual thing, we get drawn right back into those patterns.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit, the emanations of the soul, the powers of the soul will allow us to relegate this system, this dying system, and craft a new one. And transcend these identifiers that only have meaning in a in that worn out, wearing out system.
Mm. But unfortunately, they still have very real world consequences.
Yes, and again, like, it's so beautiful. I was thinking about, I remember hearing about an art teacher who did a wonderful, I forget, I won't be able to describe it as well as I wish I could, but she was an art teacher and she was really mindful about nurturing children to think about the diversity of the human family in a new way. And she had them do self-portraits.
Mm.
And they got to decide how they would describe their own skin color,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? Cinnamon, or all these different descriptive terms. And it was so sweet, right? She was nurturing them to transcend what society had imposed on them. And the beautiful thing is, it didn't go to a dichotomous space of thinking, oh, we have to be afraid of color. It beautified color in a new and descriptive way. It was so sweet. These were, relatively young children, elementary level, and a very diverse student body, so that the tremendous range of expression for these children.
Caroline. Dear Caroline.
Thank you. This talk about backbiting, whether or not we're backbiting or not, to me, this goes back to pain. And I don't remember if it was Todd or Shoreh who gave a beautiful, I think it was you, Todd, who said that pain, whether it's emotional pain or moral pain, or it's a gift, and it really is liberating. And it seems to me that is what we as white Baha'is are being asked to do. So when someone says to us that we're backbiting and we don't think we are, what a golden opportunity to feel pain and work through that. And it reminded me of years ago, decades ago, I was I had a job, and my manager in a business setting, and my manager said that I did something, and I said, no, I didn't. And he said, and it was my behavior. And he gave me some really good advice. He said, if somebody says something to you that you do something, just step back, say thank you, and contemplate that you do it. And it seems that that's what we're being asked to do here. And we're being asked to be uncomfortable. We're being asked to feel pain. And that is so liberating. Pain is liberating because you get through it to the other side, and you have that virtue then until the next time you fall down. But pain is wonderful.
Right. You're demonstrating in action, resisting an inflated sense of certainty.
Mm.
Right? Because think about it. we are conditioned when we might be challenged with something, we're quick to defend our stance. But the strength and courage to step back and ask myself, instead of immediately defend, but to ask myself, let me look at this in a totally new light. And it's about seeing the nobility in that other person too, who's inviting me. You know, I love that. That's such a beautiful example. Take a moment, step back, and look at it from another angle. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, it's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 10 o'clock Central Time. I don't know what time it is in California. So at this time, I'm going to do what I always do and invite anybody who hasn't said anything that's still here in the room. There's 26 of us still in the room, folks, that, you know, might like to say something, a comment or whatever. Please come on off mute and let us see your lovely face, Jim Fisher or Catherine or Berdina or Cynthia. Okay, there's Jim and his beautiful face. Hey, Jim, gonna share a thought or two with us?
I just love the idea of seeing the soul in the other person. I feel like there was a time during our outreach of maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago where we were having prayer partners, and if I was the prayer partner, I was praying on behalf of whatever was being said, on behalf of whoever we were saying it to, and I was focusing on that soul, and it really changed the way I see people now, because I just see them all as souls with a body. It like flipped that that upside down, and so I feel like, man, I have to treat everybody as an individual. I can't generalize at all. If I generalize, I hit a tree somehow.
Yeah.
Berdina, hi Berdina. You gonna come on off and mute, Berdina?
Yeah, I can come off mute. I think I'm just listening tonight.
Okay, well, I just wanted to hear your voice. I've missed your voice, Berdina.
Oh, well, thank you, Shirley. And I miss you too, but it's good to hear you. Good to see you. And
you
a lot to
too.
think about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's very rich this evening. And I
That's
dozed
sister
off.
from Baltimore.
And I did doze off during parts of it.
It's been a long night. You're truthful.
But I will say that, you know, we've had this conversation about whiteness before. Oh, yeah. And sometimes I believe that when people say, well, don't attribute certain attributes to whiteness because it's a universal thing. To me, it could be both true and attribute to whiteness, because sometimes when we feel that, when individuals feel uncomfortable about this whole conversation about whiteness, they want to attribute it to being universal, as if being white is universal. So there are behaviors that are maybe considered worse in some communities than others. However, I feel that we cannot deny that there have been a lot of atrocities and mistreatment caused because of insecurity. And if I, as a quote unquote white person, although I'm not a white person, feel as if because of the way that I have behaved in this society, as far as the Western North American society, am going to be scarce, and I have been so horrible to other folk, and now that other folk are becoming numerically stronger than me, just like in South Africa. I mean, it's like the things are, they're fighting like rats in the corner, right?
Mhm.
So therefore, the ugliness of the behavior that has been underlying and has been there is only getting worse before it gets better, you know. So I think we need to really take a look at how we may, even in the Baha'i community, perpetuate those attitudes of whiteness, white male domination, white supremacy within the community, wherein there are others who, like, you know, may either not want to come into the community or want to leave the community because of the behavior that's going on. The dirty laundry, as I like to say, that we bring, and all of us bring dirty laundry into the faith, all of us. And we need the washing powder and the bleach and the superbic softener of the teachings of Baha'u'llah, the Bab, and Abdul Baha, and Shoghi Effendi in the House of Justice to get us straight.
Nice.
And yeah, I mean, I think the implication, again, goes back to that regimen, right? That discipline of the spiritual regimen, individually and collectively raising our spiritual capacities to see with a new eye and say, and
yeah,
you know, we're in a book one study circle I was in recently, we got into this whole analogy of like getting out our spiritual weed whacker. Think about it. Weeds don't need to be watered, do they? You get a drought for 10 weeks, those weeds are growing. But so we have to do the work. The ego doesn't need, right? If we don't feed our spirit, the ego will grow. We don't have to feed it. It will grow and become very powerful. So we need this regimen of constantly fighting back those weeds. And in the study circle, then participants say, well, no, we got to get those roots out, right? We're not going to just cut it back. We got to get those roots out. And I think what Carla is describing there, like the more we develop these capacities individually and collectively, the more we relegate away that dirty laundry. We don't bring that in, right? And you know, or we develop to the degree that we can scrape it away and not invite it in. And again, back to this complete reconceptualization of the relationships that sustain society. It's exciting.
Well, Todd, I think too, we need to, every European American has to realize that we have been shielded and blinded from so much history. There's so much that has not been taught to us that is current to every African American, every Native American, every Asian person. They know the stories of cruelty and disrespect and callousness. They're familiar with it because it happened to their relatives. It happened to them. We have a textbook and a media that really that suppresses. Oh no, we don't want to upset people. We don't want this will get people all riled up. We don't want to have that. And again, that book, Lies My Teacher Told Me.
It's a great book, yeah.
Because it goes through textbooks and just how false a picture they paint.
I would suggest that a textbook, the existence of a history textbook is a fruit of the very system that we're describing here. It emerges. I don't use a textbook. I stopped using textbooks for my history class because it's the essence of a mechanistic way of looking at history. And isn't it tragic how discourse, combative discourse about history and the way it's taught has been used as a weapon in this society, right? The notion that the real story of history should be suppressed in some way, and weaponizing the notion, again back to this idea of we've always done it this way, so let's keep doing it this way. But yeah, I think the implication of your statement is so beautiful, that as Baha'is, we have to be students of history.
Yeah.
We must prioritize really learning the history, at least as well as our neighbors. We should be able to drive the discourse on the truth of history.
I heard Joy DeGruy speak about post-traumatic slave syndrome, and for the first time, I realized that the whites are affected also, that my ancestors had traumatic effects because they were enslavers. I mean, they sold their soul. And I'd never thought about that before.
Epigenetics, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It explains some things about my cousins even.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's very powerful stuff, epigenetics. And the more you go back in history, I'm currently reading a book on the history of food. And my basic question was, who decided to eat that first oyster? That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, just how did that happen?
They're hungry.
Yeah.
A walrus.
Yes, there you go. This book it's really great, and it talks about it's actually focused more on spices and how food, the acquisition of food, has propelled colonialism, all these other things, and it goes into great detail. And there's a whole body of literature just on the relationship between the African slave trade and the sugar trade. Because the sugar was made in the Caribbean, then it was sent up to the colonies, who then converted the molasses into rum, which was then sent over to England. And then that was used to trade for slaves in Africa. The slaves were brought back to the Caribbean to make the sugar, and the offshoot of that was the molasses, and there's actually two triangles that, invert over that slave trade process. Yeah. But it's just fascinating. There's so much, the more you learn about history, the more you see, and I mean, this is going back to 11th, 12th century, forward. And you see that it's always a drive for the material. It's an acquisition of things, which does not have, it's not balanced by the recognition of the human being. People are seen as things.
Yes.
Traded, okay? It's part of that materialism that has continued throughout. And you see this, again, this is just about spices, this particular book. But salt and sugar, were two of the biggest ones for the whole practice of enslavement. So yeah, the more you read the history, the better. I was looking while you guys were talking, and I've got to find it. And if I do, I'll send it out to everybody on the list. There is a short, I believe I saw it on YouTube. It's not very long. It's about a 20-minute video. And it describes how America's understanding of slavery, the Civil War, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, all of that was set and framed by a bunch of white women who decided we need to uphold the Confederacy, and they created this whole myth that a lot of white folks have bought into, you know, this is our culture and, you know, all of these things. And it's a fascinating video, and it really helped me understand how many white people are so deluded, because this is the basis of what is in the textbooks. And these people control the textbooks and what goes in there. You know, these are the textbooks that say the slaves were treated really well. They had it good.
Yeah. If we're true independent investigators of truth,
yeah,
then you know, we love the truth wherever we find it, and we dive into pursuing it, right? This is the merging of science and spirituality.
Yes, yes.
I feel like Baha'u'llah is asking us to be incredibly good scientists, and recognize the wholeness and oneness of science and spirituality.
Right.
If we're pursuing knowledge in an authentically scientific manner, we won't allow ourselves to be controlled by preconceived notions or bias.
Right, bamboozled. You know, there's the African saying, which I think many of you probably know by now. See if I can get it right. I'm awful at telling jokes too, but how's it go? History. The hunter writes history, not the lion.
Yes.
And it's only when lion writes the history that you really understand what happened. That's the gist of it anyway. So Jim, you had your hand up.
Yeah. The victor, right, writes the history. So I haven't really heard somebody say this, but I keep feeling it, that with all of the research, you was talking about scientific method and research, that the faith is trying to understand human nature globally and locally. And it's really the largest scientific experiment that's going on the planet right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful research is being done. Two other books are the Color of Law and Slavery by Another Name.
Yes, both excellent.
Yeah, to understand that in that period between the Civil War and the Civil Rights Movement, it's
Slavery by Another Name is also a wonderful documentary. It was made into a documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, that's great.
Color of Law is just outstanding. Really a deep penetration into redlining and you know, the other one that you were commenting before about this zero-sum game is a book called The Sum of Us.
Oh, yes.
By Heather McGee. Excellent. And then, of course, Caste.
Yes, yes.
By Isabel Wilkerson. These are all wonderful ways to really explore the history.
Yeah, they certainly are. You know, someone mentioned Joy DeGrue's book. Oh, it was you, Jim. And, you know, I started reading it and I got as far as, and, you know, I give Joy a tremendous amount of credit because in the space of a page and a half, she talks about the slavery era, you know, another page and a half or a couple more, Jim Crow, right? I mean, it's not this long, you know, she gets to the point and she gives you such brilliant, spot on, historically backed descriptions of what life was like. Two things. She says, I'm not going to go into all the things that happened to Blacks during slavery, but I'm just going to tell you about two things. And one of them was the abuse of women's bodies. You know, it's affected me, you know, that much. And when I realized that, I said, wow, that's really gotten to you. You know, that has really gotten to you. And kind of coming back to the epigenetics comment and about being human. Because one of the things I know we've spoken about in other spaces, or maybe in this one too, I think, is that to be human is to feel. It's to be able to empathize. It's be able to put yourself in that other person's shoes, to feel what they feel, whether you know them or not. How can we live up to the central figures of the faith who say we should be outraged in the face of any injustice? How do you get outraged? How do you get to that point where you're outraged and want to take action? How do you get there? You have to feel it. You know, you have to feel it. And I think one of the biggest crimes, well, let me put it this way, one of the biggest I think whites are the biggest victims of racism, white thinking in this respect, that it has closed the hearts. It has closed the hearts. It's all about what's up here, and getting to that heart is so hard, you know?
Yeah.
And it's a long journey, but there are people who are on that journey, you know, accompanying those of you who want to be on that journey. You know, the Guardian said, once the whites are, there's a corresponding effort. So when the whites are making those earnest endeavors to overcome these things and work through these things, then, not before, but then the Blacks are asked to have a little faith, be more trusting, be open. So there are a lot of us around doing that work, you know, as part of, you know, part of being a Baha'i, you know, part of our service. So if anyone feels called, you know, Carolyn, I know you signed up for Copper to Gold. That's what you're going to get in Copper to Gold. Okay, I'm on that team. So yeah, so you're not going to be alone. It's not going to be comfortable all the time, but it will be safe, and that you won't be judged. Okay, you won't be judged, and you'll be told to leave your judgments at home of yourself. Okay, no room for them.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm rambling again. Carolyn, oh, you have your hand up, and then I think Todd wants to say something. He may be ready to go.
No, I just have a thought related to what you were saying.
Okay, Caroline, go ahead. Carolyn, sorry. And then Todd, and then Jim. You're still on mute, Carolyn. Go on, David.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, David.
See you later.
Okay.
Sometimes when I share with clients, I'll use that term, clients, and they share with me, and one person said to me, you know, I've just always found it best not to talk about religion or politics. And I said, well, you know, politics is just social interaction. It's partisan politics that we're having trouble with. But so I said, it's strange that we think it's safe to not to talk about two of the most important things: people interacting with each other, and religion, our relationship to our Creator. You know,
well said. That is so well said.
Isn't that sad? And he looked at me and he thought about it, and it was a heart to heart. You know, when it happens, you know.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Todd, and then Jim, and then I think we're going to roll. I see Nason's face on screen. He's ready to push that button.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, when you were talking about creating these spaces where we can really get down to this whole relationship that Shoghi Effendi talks about, where white folk are asked to really reflect on and overcome our usually inherent and at times subconscious sense of superiority. And that folk of color can struggle against their sense of suspicion, right? He talks about these things. But I want to really focus on my duty, right? Because it is, as you say, that corresponding. I have a duty to exhibit trustworthiness.
Yes.
I can't demand trust. I must exhibit trustworthiness. And that is going to be so hard for people who have been so deeply wounded, right? You know, I've, in my history class, when we study these issues, we get into this point about looking at history where over and over again, the word has been contradicted, you know, promises made only to be contradicted. It breeds a natural, it's natural, it's like survival to resist trusting. And, you know, so I'm so interested in what it looks like for me to strive and strive again to be a demonstrator of trustworthiness. And never judge the pace that it might take for for people suffering such grievous wounds to be able to muster trust. Really interested in that.
Yeah. Just off the top of my head, you know, I think one of a sign of trustworthiness is genuine sincerity in your relationship.
Yeah.
Genuine sincerity. If you're really sincere and you screw up, that's okay. Everyone screws up.
Yes.
You know, give the other person a chance to say, it's all right. I know you didn't mean it, you know, but that wasn't the right thing to say. Okay. That's how you make friends, people. That's how you have a real relationship with someone, right? You tell them they've got food stuck in their teeth. Right? You know, that's what I say. If you really cared about me, you wouldn't let me sit up there in a restaurant with food in my teeth talking. You tell me, even though I'd be embarrassed about it, but I'd rather know about it.
Right.
Jim, you got the last call, Jim. Then I think we're out of here.
Am I muted? No.
No, we can hear you.
So I said that Joy DeGruy told me something about epigenetics. It was Jillian on talk on one of the Cheryl Lynn series. So
you were there.
Thank you, Jillian. That was my wake up call.
Nice.
I'm done.
Awesome, awesome. And I have to say, Jillian's gonna blush when I say this, but her presentation, that's the second most viewed YouTube video we have on the channel.
Nice.
Second most viewed, yes. Jillian has her hand up. What do you say, Jillian?
I do. I was actually, I've almost said things multiple times tonight. And I hold myself back, Sherilyn, because I'm part of the team. I'm not trying to take over, but
you see me jumping in, you can get in.
I know, but you're hosting.
That doesn't matter.
The things I was thinking of and reflect on that the thing with the being affected by reading Dr. DeGruy's book, that epigenetic piece and that feeling of that trauma through your system, as well as, I think is such a real thing. So take your time with it, be gentle with yourself and a lot of self-compassion. And I know that Nason and I have also had the same thing. We were watching The Lost Kingdom and I couldn't watch it anymore because watching the trauma develop in the European societies of acquisition from way back then and how it's traveled through and developed into what it is now, it was just like hard to watch. I could feel it within myself of like, this is painful to watch too. And this is the build up of into the development of all these things because it predates all of this, but you can see the path of the trauma coming that's developed into what it looks like today. And so we don't watch those shows either. Like we turn them off.
Is The Lost Kingdom, is that the Viking one?
Yeah, it's the one between the Danes and the whatever, and I know that's like my history. You know, like I could feel it in my nervous system. It's one of those things. And the other thought that I thought was really interesting is when you asked about backbiting and whiteness, Todd. I've been really reflecting on that, and like we are hardwired for connection. And whenever like our nervous systems, our way of being with each other changes the environment we're in. It builds relationships, it builds communities, it builds systems, just being in space with each other. And something that both whiteness and backbiting have in common is they're the opposite of that. They cause disintegration and separation and competition. So it's like, it's the breakdown of society, the breakdown of those connections, and it causes trauma responses in people even, I think, you know, it reflects your own and also others, and you feed off each other, you know, to where it breaks down being able to work together. You know, you don't trust that trustworthiness you were talking about, like you lose that when you have backbiting. And then when you have that breakdown of trustworthiness, you also have people in control being able to get more selfish things out of it. Like their greed is able to go more rampant because everyone else is in their little things. So that to me, there is a connection there that I found very interesting because I've never really thought about that before. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I love the way you you speak about that.
Yeah.
You've got to bring that back in again when you and Emok come back in October.
Oh yeah, we have to
be healing.
Yes.
No, because backbiting, like you're saying, it affects community, you know, so if you could work that in there, you know, and remind us, you know, of what you shared with us before and what you shared just now.
Right. I gotta remember.
You know where I'm going. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. And that's like breakdown with what's going on, what you feel in your body when you are backbiting versus when you speak about when you see the nobility in someone else, your body system changes, your energy shifts, and you co-create and you have new neural pathways that are developing within your system. So every connection you have has the possibility for this neuroplasticity of growth that affects, because even though we're souls living in this physical body, it's our instrument to read reality, and it's also how we affect others. So they really go together, one thing. We separate them because we have to, but we really can't. It's one thing. So what we do with how our soul feeds out and in, how it grows. So it's like these things break that down. So anyway, those were some of the things that were going through my mind.
Beautiful. That's such important coherence, and it comes back to this idea of, like, when you mention growth, it reminds me back to this idea. Isn't it so cool that when we express love, we get more?
Yes.
We feel more and we give more, right? It's a complete inverse of material resources. So
well, and love is a magnet. I mean, magnetism is love, right?
Yeah.
So like magnetism is what forms cells. Magnetism is also what forms relationships. And it's like love is that core piece that builds. So it builds on itself. So that like scientifically, and like there is actually a physical manifestation of it in a sense.
Right.
Because we have universes that are held together by this magnetism, and Earth and planets going around each other, and
the glue of existence.
Yeah.
The atom is not the building block of existence. It's relationship.
Relationships, 100%.
Relationship is the building block of existence.
Yep.
Isn't this great? Look what everyone else missed.
Well,
No.
this has been so much fun. I'm so happy. So happy. And my goodness, you know, I want to really just say, express some gratitude to this team that has put this together. And my goodness, what a service. And it's every week.
No. Second and fourth Saturday, twice a month.
Even that.
I couldn't do it.
That is such a wonderful, what an incredible service. And I got a chance to really see back behind the scenes getting ready for this. What
the green room.
how much work goes into it. So I just really want to appreciate you all.
Thank you.
It's riveting. I couldn't leave.
Yeah, I see you're still here, David. I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. I mean, we always end up in so much warmth and love and such elation of spirit and knowledge, you know, when people can hang till the end. But I don't edit any of this out, you know, unless someone says something like a big blooper or something, you know. So this will be on the YouTube.
All right.
Is it on a channel that's?
Yeah, we have a YouTube channel, and we've got almost all of our presentations there.
So if I just Googled it later, I could find it?
Yep. It'll take me a little while to get this up because I will edit out, you know, like the beginning, the intro, and, you know, some of that stuff. And dead space, I like to edit some of that out so it kind of flows better. But yeah, so just a Racial Healing, Racial Justice Baha'i series on YouTube. And Racial Healing, Racial Justice should get it for you. It should come up. It'll also say Baha'i series. And I always send out the link and, you know, say it's ready, you know, and then here's our next topic. Sandy, I see you up there real close. You gonna say something? Thanks for hanging in. Okay. Just wanted to give you that invite if you did. And Nancy, hello, Nancy. I love your green. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's so stimulating to me. I love to hear everyone's comments. I enjoyed hearing about the 4 types of thinking, and it's something that I'll be paying attention to in my own thinking.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. And Yetley, I see you're here, and Lindsay and Cynthia. You guys haven't said anything. Last chance. Hey, Yetley, how are you? Oh, we can't hear you, but I know you're off mute.
This is Lindsay. Just to thank you. It's been wow, just a wow evening, and
Hi.
I just want to hear more. We should do this all the time. I loved it. Thank you all.
Yeah, we could do one just on backbiting, right? Really? Sandy, you had your hand up. Did you change your mind?
Yeah, I couldn't get to the mute button fast enough.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just wanted to say I really am grateful for your comment about guilt. I've been taking quite a few classes on racial amity and some of the background that caused the problems we have today. And the teachers or the ones directing it were usually Black, and they really stressed that as a white person, I should feel guilty.
No, I disagree with that.
I do too, and I really felt like I was the odd man out when I said, no, I don't feel guilty for what I haven't done.
Right.
If I don't fix it or work to fix it, that's not good.
There you go. You should feel guilty about that. Yeah.
I wanted to thank you for that. That took a whole load off my shoulders.
Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Yeah, that's my personal feeling. And I think that's consistent with my understanding of the Baha'i writings.
Right.
You know, just got no time for guilt, you know? I don't want to hear mea culpas and, you know, all that business. Just fix it. Get on with it, you know?
I probably shouldn't have said that the teachers were Black, but that was part of why they were trying to get me to feel guilt.
Yeah, and some people, were they Baha'is?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay. Well, yeah, you know, we
all have our own garbage.
Yes, you know, and different people come.
Let's just assume they were trying to tell you to be aware.
We're all in this together. We're learning
Yeah.
together.
Yep. Yep.
Have to be
You
aware
can't be
of
patient
what's
unless they say something like this.
Say that again, Berdine. I didn't quite catch it.
Well, you can't be patient unless you have a situation in which to exercise it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Right.
So, I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but we're all learning together as Baha'is, and we need to,
Mm-hmm.
be patient with one another and maybe speak up. And they were speaking their truth. You speak your truth and find those precious points of unity. You're in the same meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for sharing.
I think there's also a difference between being conscience stricken
Mm-hmm.
and being guilty, feeling guilt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conscience stricken is productive, right? Guilty, feeling guilt, it's stagnating.
Yep.
It's fixed mindset. I think we need a growth mindset, which allows us to act. And, I personally feel like I should be conscience stricken about what has been going on in this society. And Shoghi Effendi uses the phrase ceaseless exertions in relation to the work we have to do. My goodness, do I even know what that looks like? But he tells me I am required to put forth ceaseless exertions if I am to be a contributor to the elimination of racial prejudice. Like I could spend a life meditating on that alone, and bringing myself to account each day. Am I really applying ceaseless exertions?
Mm-hmm.
There is no room for this stifling, stagnating.
Yeah.
Approach.
I lived in Germany. One of my best friends was a Baha'i, was just a radiant teacher. Before he became a Baha'i, he was born long after World War I was over. He had such a feeling of this yearning to compensate that he went to Israel and worked on a kibbutz for several years. And it was really after that experience that he became a Baha'i.
Interesting.
Reconciliation.
Yeah, I'm going to make one last round here. Cynthia, you still there? Somebody's sleeping. Yetley? Any words from you tonight, my dear? I love your photograph, by the way. Okay. All right. So how about anyone want to offer a prayer? Take us out?
Okay. Oh
All
God,
right.
grant that the light of unity may envelop the whole earth, and the seal of the kingdom of God be stamped upon the brow of all its peoples. Baha'u'llah.
Ya Baha'u'llah. Ya Baha'u'llah. Ya Baha'u'llah. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you, Berdina.
Thank you, Sherilyn and Tom and Shoreh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay,
Wonderful.
Todd, do you want to stay and reflect quickly now, or?
11:53. I'm happy to